Welcome to Update 27.2, where the wild ride of even more Rondo features await. Gather BR coins to purchase your necessities, summon cover from the sky, complete in-game missions, and protect your devices in the EMP zone. First, let's start off with the market. Gather BR coins that are scattered throughout the map, and make sure your wallet's bulky enough to embark on a new shopping spree experience. We've got three types of markets, from the pretty nice grade 1 to the holy moly grade 3. Beware though, the best markets are protected by guards who clearly take their job seriously. Stumble upon a market and open up a page of categories. Choose from the item shop, the weapon stealer, no questions asked, the garage for your own special edition bulletproof pillar UAZ, or the random item option for those who like to live on the edge. Remember, your hard-earned BR coins are your golden ticket to all the goods you'll ever hope for. And if entrepreneurial, you can sell off some of your inventory stuff for more coins.
Damn, look at that, they broke the mold. Give you some more, make you overdose. Damn, look at that, they broke the mold. Give you some more. Damn, look at that, they broke the mold. Give you some more, make you overdose. Damn, look at that, they broke the mold. Give you some more.
Damn, look at that, they broke the mold. Give you some more, make you overdose. Damn, look at that, they broke the mold. Give you some more.
Broke the mold.
Welcome to the market. Seize the opportunity.
Market is the game changer.
Beat me up, I've had enough of humans. I don't even come from erased terrestrial. I've been someone died in stratosphere. Guess they fear what they don't understand. I've had enough of this land, so take me up, take me up. I said just take me up, take me up. If it comes to me and you just trust me, I don't give a fuck. I will smash you into smithereens like I should use under dust.
Fill 'em up another pound of blood. Then he throws the money on the bar. He never lets me keep the change. Fighting with the mirror is deranged. Why don't you smile? Why won't you smile? Asking me to play their favorite song. Play it so that they can sing along. Will they hear what I'm writing? I'll give them something more exciting. To make them smile, to make them smile. To make them smile, to make them smile. Says I never call or hang around. Thinks I've got another girl in town. Should have thrown it all.
Welcome to Update 27.2, where the wild ride of even more Rondo features await. Gather BR coins to purchase your necessities, summon cover from the sky, complete in-game missions, and protect your devices in the EMP zone. First, let's start off with the market. Gather BR coins that are scattered throughout the map, and make sure your wallet's bulky enough to embark on a new shopping spree experience. We've got 3 types of markets, from the pretty nice grade 1 to the holy moly grade 3. Beware though, the best markets are protected by guards who clearly take their job seriously. Stumble upon a market and open up a page of categories. Choose from the item shop, the weapons dealer, no questions asked, the garage for your own special edition bulletproof pillar UAZ, or the random item option for those who like to live on the edge. Remember, your hard-earned BR coins are your golden ticket to all the goods you'll ever hope for. And if entrepreneurial, you can sell off some of your inventory stuff for more coins. And detailed information now available for your PUBG Battlegrounds currency. For the full scoop, make sure to dive into the patch notes. And we'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
Hey, welcome everyone back to VIKÜRVI Invitational. It is season technically number 3. There was called some other bits and pieces. First and foremost, though, you might not recognise this guy because he's got a tan. Welcome back, Gibson, mate. How you been? How's your holiday, mate? How's your time off?
It's good to be back, man. I miss missing the good weather already, just like you did before Christmas. You got that little break away to Morocco. I got a little trip away to Tenerife, which is just off the coast of Africa as well. So it was some nice warm weather, sunshine. But you know what? Didn't get much rest at all. I had my feet on the bed, and Mark was like, "You coming in? Let's go. Let's get some games going tonight."
Well, we're going to be here for starting things off. We had Copter day number 1. That was a good number of games. Watched the VOD back. Day number 2 was yesterday. Was really interesting. Bit of a change. Pod Semantic was unable to hold the leads. We did see Faze run their way through. Actually, do you know what? Let's just talk leaderboard. Let's bring it up. Faze did run their way through and it had a good consistency. It became kind of the Faze second half, Gibson, because they put not back-to-backs, but they even snuck in a little cheeky third one at the end. When it die, big jump for them. Twisted Minds rolled their way up. Pod did find themselves in 4th place, but Formulation Gaming for me, I think they want to take away. I don't think their effort they've been putting in results to their leaderboard. I think they've got a big day ahead of them now. They've got to continue to close that gap down, but it looked like this shift of momentum for them on day number 2 was really strong.
Yeah, it was a really good day for a lot of these teams, but the thing that would concern maybe a lot of fans of EMEA at the minute is, or maybe excite them, either way, there's 2 ways you could look at it, is the inconsistency, right? I know these lobbies every single week have a slightly different composition. There's maybe 3 or 4 teams subbed in and subbed out every single week. But the very first week of the year, we had the Gaimin Gladiators show. Then we had the Foot show. We had the NAVI show. Now it's the Faze show. Gaimin Gladiators and NAVI are on the wrong side of the leaderboard going into the final day. And Faze have decided that they wanted to show up and be the top dogs. The only team that I would argue that has been consistent the whole way through is either Pod Samulet or Twisted Minds. If you're a fan of those 2 sides, that's a very good, exciting thing to see. But Twisted Minds are starting to play the way they do towards the end of events, right? And everybody who watches Twisted Minds know that's when they get better. And they're starting to get that form in VIKÜRVI nice and early. And it is a very, very good sign for this team. Because remember, Mark, they made a pretty big roster change at the start of the year.
They did. It's about nice and early. We're going to get things started straight away. It's game number 1. We are kicking off on the sand dunes of Miramar. Stay seated. We'll see you guys in a few.
Well, hello. But welcome in everybody to Miramar for game number 1 of the night. My name's Gibson. I'm joined by Mark for a flight path that is taking you from approximately 4 p.m, making its way up to around 10, a east to west flight path for these teams to set their destiny in the final day of this week's edition of the VIKÜRVI Cup. Mark, flight path like that definitely suits the likes of Foot and Navi, who like to get out of the plane nice and early on flight paths like this and loot their way in.
We find Mario go for that Impala or they go for like Campo Militaire. This Navi roster, we spoke about it, I think it was last week or the week before. Definitely the week before his holiday. They like to play outside edge. It's not like the old Navi drops, not in the old school. Get to the center of the map, hold it, more likely going to get the zone, better play out from there. These guys, there's like more like, let's take Impala. We've got the split, we've got it down. We take Campo Militaire up in that north. They'll play down quite aggressive if the zone pops as well. So different roster, different dynamic for 2024, but are looking good. Flight path is done. Teams are spread. There is a little bit of congestion down towards that Chum Acera, and the zone pops pretty much in the center.
I think Dante is the center point of that circle as things stand, but Pod Samulet, we give them a lot of credit at the very start of the show. We spoke about the fact they've been very consistent this year so far. Mark, over the course of the last 12 months, they're probably the team that's improved the most, right? You look at a lot of teams out there and say that, you know, Navi's looking like they're going to be better with the new roster. Gaimin Gladiators look like they've found that gear that they were missing last year when they were Navi. But Pod Samulet, right? They're looking good. But I know that you have a graphic on because you want to talk a little bit about Faze.
You know I love Faze, mate.
Look at those stats.
You know I love this team. Yeah, good stats. Again, there's a couple of teams which have really stood out for me, especially yesterday and hoping to go into today. And obviously what I watched of the day number 1, shall I say. And that is Faze, one of them. They're just a mean fighting machine. We see Fex, aka Dragon. He will hold back. He'll gather that information. He's able to gain a lot of intel for these teams, and that really results in some heavy numbers for them. 20 kills on the board. Look at the damage as well. Not the highest in damage, because Gustav is stealing the show slightly there. But again, it's a different side of the arm, isn't it? There's one that's pushing, there's one that's aggressive, the one that's sitting back and gaining some intel. So impressive to see. I think Faze, they've now got it to lose. They've got 111 points totally on that leaderboard, and as I said, teams will be chasing them this evening.
Yeah, but that damage to kill screen that we just had up, right? That gives you a very good look at how these individual players as well play. Because remember, every single team has 4 players, but every player has a slightly different role on the team. So when you see players with damage that's pretty high up alongside their kills, you're thinking, right, these are the players who are the front lines. They're getting the close and personal engagements. But then you look at a player like James, for example, a lot of damage, but not as many kills to go with it. Well, that tells you that he's getting into a lot of long-range engagements. You know, it's not reflecting in the fact that he's probably got quite a few knocks on the board. He's got lots of helmets and vests destroyed. Every single player plays a specific role. And by the way, you spoke about Gustav's damage. He has IRL on his tag, so I'm claiming him as an Irishman from now on. Just so everybody knows. Gustav, if you ever watch this video back, welcome to Ireland. Nice to have you.
Love it, mate. Love it.
Team Ireland getting slowly and surely built out for PNC.
Love it. About to say, is this a PNC move now for a break away from Ireland? Can't wait.
Pio has also become Irish, so it's going to be Pio, Gustav, and I think we'll take Tiggleton. I think he's bored of representing Australia, so we'll take Tig. And you know what? I'm going to say I'd love a bit of a doozy on Team Ireland as well.
Oh, doozy, dangerous play. That'd be a big combo, that would be, to be fair. I actually had the pleasure of catching up with
language could be a problem, though.
Doozy's English is spot on, mate. Spot on. I was talking to him yesterday, just before the stream, because I was quite shocked. They were down the bottom of the leaderboard. They still are, unfortunately. They got caught out a little bit day number 1. They did get caught out again day number 2. They're really fighting for drop spots. So not so much on Miramar. It's more the angle. So we have to watch that space. And I think a lot of people are closing the opportunity for them to come in. So talk about closing in. We are seeing teams now rotate their way in. So we will maybe see the clash of paths now for some of these teams. As the fellas are right on top of Vorpal Sword.
Yeah, Vorpal Swords are the ones that have the weapons out already as well, so Michael could be in a spot of bother here as Razor and Mad look over this hill. There's one of the fellas off in the distance, MK on MK action, and Mark, we'll have some viewers at home who might only mainly just watch the main channel where these players are playing on their official names, so why don't you let everybody know what these alt names are? So we've got Great to Meet You on the side of fellas, which isn't that player's name, so let's let everybody at home know who this is.
Rustamar. It's a strong player. Rustamar, obviously worked with Michael, which you see in the background there. Aaron's playing on his normal account, and then we've got Kino for the fellas as well. Kino obviously jumping in, I believe, as the sub. I don't try out, not quite sure. Kino's looking good with this squad though. Really strong.
Kong Kino?
Yes.
Yeah, played for Formulation Gaming for a while and played in the Nordics. Loved a bit of Kino. I think I'll be excited to see how he plays on this fella's roster. And you know what? I think Michael could quite possibly be one of the most underrated players in Europe. I think he plays so much better than people give him credit for. And, you know, you looked at PNC that the UK won. He was such an integral part of that.
Yeah. The good days, mate. They strong team, strong player. I think he underestimates his ability sometimes. Eager to get him on behind the camera and talk a bit more about his thoughts around PUBG and how he plays, because I know he's pinnacle for this team. Obviously ex-BBL, for those that are not aware, so he obviously playing with Clib, etc. before. So obviously Clib is with Formulation Gaming currently. I'm not quite sure if that's a solid squad at the moment. I know we've got Fuzzface on there as well. Again, I think Fuzzface obviously stepping away from the Woo. They've now been picked up, I didn't know if you've seen, by Mad Dogs, which is a PUBG mobile team. They announced it yesterday that they've picked up the Woo. So this will be the last opportunity we will see the Woo as the Woo. And it is the squad as it is. So Arthur is Ibby, Monodoc, Fizzy, and Nixie. Again, guys, congratulations. And Scroom obviously is going to be the coach. I know you'll be in chat. So again, guys, congratulations. Good to see. Again, a new, should I say a new org? Mad Dog's coming in. Yeah. PUBG Mobile.
Yeah, we'll call him a New York. And for the viewers at home, Ebby has nothing to do with the allegations or what Arthur Shelby has. The actor who played Arthur Shelby has been caught out doing over the course of the last few weeks. But you know what? I had a chance to sit down with Ebby about this time last year, remember, Mark? And he was very realistic about the fact that this team, they're playing to have fun. They've taken the pressure off themselves. If they, let's be real, they want to win everything they do, everything they play. But the main thing is they want to do it while enjoying themselves. And I think this could be a very important year for those players now that they have been picked up by an org. Because I think the bottom line is, Mark, once an org attaches their name to 4 players, they expect results too.
Yeah, it's that. You can't lose it, can you? You've got to store, keep to those cores, and I think a lot of teams do lose that. A lot of players lose that. Is that you forget to have that fun, and actually sometimes when you get back to that fun element, you find the results will come. So wait and see. Again, a team which I'd expect to look at. We know the 3 slots for the EMEA region is going to be tough, but obviously also too because we've got the global partners. But look, you know what? We've got more events. I'm excited for more events. I appreciate it is going to be tougher for some of the teams that are not global partners. But you know what? The teams that I'm casting every week at the moment, they're clearly putting the time in. So the time will result. Again, I speak about this all the time, especially with a team like Sonics, is they came to EU. They scrimmed pretty much most nights with EU. Then they went and done NA the same evening. They were doubling up. And they go out to Gamers 8 and they back themselves some trophies, right?
Mm-hmm. And that's I think the one benefit that NA does have is the fact that because of the time zones, a lot of the players can, double dip, triple dip. I know that they've scrimmed in Korea, they've scrimmed in EU, they scrim in NA. And I think maybe for the EU teams, it's a bit more difficult, right? Because if you want to take part in scrims in NA, a lot of these players are a further time zone ahead of us, so they'd be starting scrims at 1 a.m. And that's tough to do. It takes a lot out of you if you're going to be playing really late every night, especially if you've done scrims elsewhere. But I do think inter-regional competition and taking part does raise every single team's level. I think Sonic's benefited from it big time in the middle stage of last year, and you know, they had a lot of question marks about them, considering how they finished last year at PGC. 17 Gaming took away their drop spot. They got hot and hot drops time and time again. So they went back to the drawing board, practiced in EU, and won themselves a major event. So, Mark, I think I would like to see more EU teams scrimming in other regions, but it's like we said, it's very difficult to do so.
Yes, it is. We are, unfortunately, the region that sits either side, but normally get blessed with the additional events sometimes. Quite a blessing with the zone for some of these teams. It does shift down towards that southeast corner. Foot, Wu, Navi, all going to be happy. Faze, give or take, not going to move as well. They've got the high ground of Minas, or Minas. But a few more teams now need to work their way in. Fellas being one of them. Primal, they're going to take that southwest approach, but they might get caught a little bit by Strong T. Depends on what point do they enter back into the zone. BBL will sit firm as well. I think a few teams are going to look for the compound, just kind of where that drop is. We just need to wait and see now. Looks a bit of a juice.
Good Formulation and Twisted Minds are actually in the same compound as well, Mark. If you look at how close together that is. Clib right next to, I think that's Techers. That's right beside. I'm not quite sure whose that silhouette is, but yeah, you got to be very, very careful with Fuzzface in that position, and Twisted Minds looking on the high ground. And there the gunfire will kick off, and Techers gets the opening knock onto Lou. And the rest of Twisted Minds shots coming through here as well, with Intens up onto the hill. Twisted Minds should probably disengage from this one, having lost a player already. But Twisted Minds, with the way they're playing too, if they want to stay and fight this, who are we to question it?
Yeah, it's points on the board. Formulation Gaming are going to, I suppose, have the better positioning. Got to be cautious. More action will come in from the other side. Fairy Tail, they need to get in. GG, not a bad spot as well. You did mention again pre-show. Yeah, the week before was that NAVI GG joust. Not really working out for either one of these teams so far. But let's see what they can do. GG hold that sort of 2-2 split. I really like that graveyard hold. We see these style of zones. I know recently we've had a bit more of a favour towards that Cantera. But I do like when it goes that graveyard. We get those little dips and have to fight for the high terrain. It becomes about who knows the paths more than others.
Yeah, look at Miramar. Even with the updates, a lot of these players could probably drive around the map with their eyes closed at this point. Here is one of the rotating members of the Fairy Tales, Kai, pushing into from the edge of the zone, the San Martin side. Mark, Fairy Tales have been a bit of a mixed bag, right? Sometimes I think they've got that inconsistency about them that Solo suffered from a lot last year, where, you know, one map they'll go absolutely nuclear, you know, win or die are the same. You know, they'll get a 10 or 11 kill chicken dinner, and then the next map they could go out with getting no kills on the board at all. And that tells you that the ceiling is high for this team, but they need to raise the floor.
Yeah, it's I think I would agree. It's that one word, mate: consistency. And that's why I think I love this game. Battle Royale, it does favour for teams that can be more consistent. Don't get me wrong, you can have those worldy plays, you can have those outstanding moments that you have, like those Piker, that you have those super clutch endings. But actually, as a team, you don't have to be the big heavy hitter all the time. If your whole team dynamic is working, you're going to get points on the board. To get those points on the board, you're going to find yourself in those end zones and, more importantly, in the competitions. There it does shift back towards that graveyard. This is the style that I like personally. We'll wait and see. 16 teams. We've only lost one. 63 players still remain in the battlegrounds, and this is going to be the heart of the rotate.
Yeah, BBL holding this compound, and as you can see, they're going to spot the fellas going past. They're going to spot potentially a rotate a little bit later as well from a bit further south from Strong T. This will be Kino's attempt to make his way into the zone, but he's getting pretty close to the Wu, which might turn him around into the Sandstorm. But look at this, Twisted Minds now getting surrounded on all sides by the Gaimin Gladiators. Example, the last player standing getting peeked from the side, and there's Uba having a little bit of a look, and Uba will take him down. Downfall Twisted Minds at the hands of GG. But finishing off for point markers, it looks like the Wu Nixie's getting crashed here too, as Quizzy is going to get himself a huge three-piece onto the fellas, and that is a great hold from these two players. But Mark, it's, as I said earlier, tournaments aren't won by the teams with the highest potential or the highest ceiling. It's the teams with the highest floor that win events.
It is very true. I'm disappointed, guys, from the fellas had the opportunity to stop, but they wanted to take that little bit more to pick got caught with their hands in the cookie jar. Unfortunately, this time, we'll get another crash here. Strong T going into the other split. As the nice move, actually, from the Wu. They are collapsing this sort of split themselves. So that 2-2 now becomes a 4 hold on the compound. They favour that one. Michael will be disappointed that his boys are store down and out. So we're trying to take the position that the Wu have just come from. Do like Strong T's move. This will be a strong compound, potentially, if the zone pulls back. And look at that, the blue zone nade does not reach the roof of these buildings. So you can throw the blue zone nades on the ground. Unfortunately, if you're sitting like Ibby up there, you're going to be able to get away with it.
Yeah, I love the shield that Ibby has up on top of that as well. He's moving it around to keep himself covered, but up on top of the roof, he'll be able to feed all the information to the footsteps. Spots out Michael, who had a bit of a look as to what's going on over here. Michael's got to be very careful. Molodoc get the knock on faultlessly, and there's a good nade from Artie, forcing him back into cover. Quizzy will get rezzed by Nixie. Honestly, Molodoc, I need you to put a Y on the end of your name because we've got Ibby, Quizzy, Nixie. We need a bit of Molodoc in there as well. Michael, he needs to be careful inside that smoke again. It's just a case of trying to find somewhere to play, but he's got himself a little bit isolated in the long grass. And the only thing that might help him, if he can smoke his way over towards the Beals, is the fact that the Wu have to deal with Strong T in this compound as well.
Yeah, arguably, he should maybe look at surviving this one out as a solo. And I know he's in a tough spot now. You'd expect him to maybe push back towards the rocks. You know the dips as you get over on the other side, kind of northwest. But it is very difficult, especially with Ibby up high. You might be able to get on his feet and run. I might want to try. And I did like the aggressive. He came out trying to look for a steal. Not quite getting it. Esports now getting involved. Don't forget we've got BBL lurking on the south side as well. With no lids. He has only got amount of time. Actually, sorry, it's not BBL, it's Primal. And I'll say spot him up on that roof. He's only going to take a headshot, and he will be going down.
Yeah, Ibby sees Quizzy fall again. Strong T are wrapping around to the weak side of them, and Ibby gets away with it, but here comes that crash from Primal. They got a knock, and now they're looking to make, well, they saw that flush on to Duncan, so now they decide to make their move. Great nade from Faultlessly, sees Ibby drop up on top of the roof here as well. So this three-way dance, it's going to get really tough now for the Wu, who find themselves the filling inside of the Strong T Primal sandwich. I think what they got to do is focus on one of these fights, keeps the smoke down to target one player at a time. But Mark, you don't want to be the Wu right now. No,
it's gone the other way from them. They collapsed in nice. They dealt with the first, arguably, crash. But Strong T still alive, still in it. And now we find with the zone shifting, more teams want to take this position. You got to think, as a team, if you clear this, it's going to be such a strong fortification to work out. Other teams, they're going to be able to crash in while this is all going on. And actually, you can now see on the map, we see Michael has backed away. So he has taken the opportunity now to survive. Store 15 teams, phase number 4. We lost a few more though. There's only 53 players left on this battleground, and fortunately for the Wu, they only have 2 players remaining.
Love that from Michael. Just retreat, fall back, let this fight give you all the cover you need to get yourself a compound. Now, Vorpal Swords, if you just spotted it, having a little bit of a peek from the southeast side as well. Michael now can take shots from far away as well, as he's got himself some hard cover too, but if he takes a heavy shot, he'll dip back into cover and say thank you very much. But it's slowed down a little bit. Now, I love the way Primal have sent Shiny Daz inside the side of the warehouse, so he's getting himself wrapped nicely around. But Mark, you've spotted something. Pod Samolet are making a move here onto Fairy Tale.
Yeah, that zone shifting south. I was wondering where and the point it was going to leave Graveyard. The Wu have gone down. 15th place for them, unfortunately. There's another fight. If we see Fairy Tale and Pod kick off, I wouldn't be surprised to maybe have a team like Navi maybe come have a look at this with Will Die on the west-hand side as well. It's going to be a bit of a standoff, though. I think both these teams will be waiting for the zone to shift. The downside for Fairy Tale, when Pod identify they're in there, they just got the nades. It's a barrage of nades in there. Can cause the damage. They're always going to roll downhill, and unfortunately, Fairy Tale seem to be at the bottom of that hill.
Yeah, they're in a little bit of a dip on all sides when you look at the way they're playing right now. Brightside has a pretty important role for them, but he's looking the complete wrong direction. Strong T do get eliminated in that gunfight that we saw a little bit earlier, so Primal have won themselves some ground, but at what cost? Because the zone shifts away as well. Let's jump over to our lobby leaders, who are coming under fire from Nabat. Itzy will get a knock on the other side of the zone, but Mark, Faze, they're just getting everybody back on their feet. Naba, you feel like the opportunity to make a push has now gone away.
Yeah, it's more of a let's go. Gustav, though, peeking over, still applying the pressure, though. Faze back to a 4 strong. Only 1 kill. They've been in the wars a little bit here. The zone has shifted away from them, so the wars will continue. VIKÜRVI Esports will lay and wait. We know his team is very strong playing the outside edge, and they are, again, store 4 strong. But they've got decisions to make as well. They need to crash their way in towards zone, but question mark already here, already waiting. And if I'm not surprised, I believe one of them might have an MG. We're watching the mortars rain in. There's an MG lurking around here now. He's coming in on top of him. So a very well-known position and a pretty well-executed mortar. Just unable to get the connection. P90 in the hands of Best. That's quite dangerous. Fairy Tail do go down and Faze do make the extension over. Hopefully we don't get any more mortars raining down. I prefer the... Oh, there we go. There's another one. That's pretty close as well. I'd rather the gunfights, to be fair.
Yeah, they're not far off at all. So said, get a knock. Faze will get eliminated at the hands of Foot Esports as Gaimin Gladiators tried to push on to the other side of that one. Now look at Foot. T-Bone getting really close with these nades. That one's a good one, but a doozy. Hops out of the vehicle at the right time. Another nade being thrown back the other way by Phil First. And that's a great nade as well. He's going to absolutely obliterate T-Bone. So Vard will start tossing nades back into this dome. That's another good nade, but it's a little bit short as it lands. On target, 38 damage done to Phil First. That one much better, but it's Vorpal Swords, Mark. They have third party the action. They're tossing nades over the ridge line towards Foot, and all of a sudden, Itzy needs to find some way to get out of here. He smoked the vehicle. They planned on retreating, but now he's got to go for the res.
It's going to be a big nade. Massive Kobe nade. Great timing from Vorpal Swords. Downhill it goes, and explosive. Itzy's the last player left. 4 kills, and what for Esports felt like it was a controlled third-party action. Death from above. Those nades came thick and fast. It's actually another question mark to get the meds back on, get the reses back in place. I like the colored team smoke. I think it does identify that it's a question mark trying to get the defensive out. But the nades are going to continue to go back. 80, unfortunately, for VIKÜRVI Esports has now lost the zone. He needs to be cautious. The only advantage he's got is these nades are barraging through. There's one. A doozy gets knocked down, unfortunately, to the car that flips towards him. And 80 is going for it at the moment. Need to see what we can do. He's the final player. No, surely Vorpal's sort of going to push down to him.
Oh, that does not give enough credit to Itzy. He deserved to get that knock, not the flip tower. Here's another great nade. It bends around the corner, and Besto, only for the level 3 helmet and vest, Mark, would probably have seen himself fall. But Itzy does get that kill confirmed. Vorpal Swords, they've got to be so careful. Michael peeking this way. You've got Primal pushing in from the south. You've got question mark to the north of you. Not to mention Itzy is still alive. They got to be careful that they don't wait and stay too long on the edge of the zone. NAVI, they're under pressure here as well as Gaimin Gladiators turn their attention this way, and look at that. Formulation will get wiped by BBL, but it's old NAVI versus new NAVI. Gaimin Gladiators downhill from the members of NAVI, but it's a tough spot to be in, Mark. And look, Itzy, he wants to get this flush, but Spyro's ready for him to peak. Yeah,
he's waiting for it. He's managed to get it out. He's put it down to a 1v1, so I'll give him the dues with GG's and that one. Navi got to make that push now towards zone. GG. They're going to hold back. They are down, so Anya has gone down. Like it's a bit of 3 versus 3 push. He does get the knock on Best, so looks like Spyro's back up. They've exchanged it, and he's put it back down to another 1v1. You can see it in the back of our screen there. How many nades does Navi carry here? Here comes another barrage. There's 3. Downhill we go, and explosives as the shield goes. Vante's down. Melman, unfortunately, going to be flushed. It's a continuation. It's like no one wants to fight with guns anymore. I feel like this is the nades. Vorpal Sword down to 1. Michael estimating it could be against the rock. Does do the damage, unfortunately. That doesn't take the 1 step forward that he needed. Yeah, nades are going off like bass at a nightclub at the minute with how many bangs and booms we're getting all around the circle. Primal, they've got a beautiful ridge line, but as you can see, you're stepping up onto Dead Man's Land. Once you make your way up over that hill, Foot will fall in 9th place, opening up the door now for all of these teams to start picking up placement points in addition to kill points. Besto and Spyro
pretty glad the zone shifted their way a moment ago, but again, where the next shift goes could be crucial. Uba holding a building just north of center circle. Michael in a little bowl of himself. You look to the northwest and even north, it's completely free territory, and if NAVI recognize that, they could take control of the north side of the zone, but they're sending it south and going towards question mark.
Yeah, again, I think part of that's terrain though, right, Gibson? This is where we got, the south is the highest point for those that know, and we sort of go down, question mark, in that kind of middle terrain. We've got this like little flat road that goes through the middle, and that shift goes back up towards that north. So this is going to force this whole south fight here. Vorpal Swords 2, Fellas with 1, Primal with a nice 4, BBR unfortunately now down to 1 and sitting in a pretty hard place. We might see they will want to move over towards Win or Die. Surely Primal want to move in towards zone. Which way do they go? The calls to go back towards the east. They're going to be pushing their way now towards Michael. Michael comes under barrage of Util himself, but he goes down. Navac gets the kill. Now Vorpal Sword has to try and defend a push that is going to be coming from Primal. And yet again, here it goes. Those bangs and booms. They come through. Razor, no lid. Literally dodging the nade coming above his head. He's going to continue to go. 3 kills so far. He's going to take the opportunity now to get a smoke. But this is such a difficult. If all else fails and we get a couple of people out of here, you're going to see question mark, you're going to potentially see Navi, or maybe even GG Uber is going to go, thank you very much, these guys are in rags, we're able to pick it up.
Yeah, Gedrox managed to wipe out BBL, but what was huge for Vorpal Swords was not sustaining any losses to Michael. It really prevented Primal for getting a little bit more aggressive. Here is Win or Die. Nice angle on the Navi, but it's Vorpal Swords that get the 2 kills. Can you find a knock or a flush as Navi step into the question mark smoking? There's Vorpal Swords, Razor and Nabat are doing it all by themselves here on the edge of the zone. Besto now stepping inside the zone, but Vorpal Swords, you can see, Mark, they have no helmets. The vests are gone, but still they're finding ways through damage.
All right, let's not take anything away. Win or Die was like, yeah, I've got this guy, and a Razor comes up. Yeah, another one. Another one. So, unfortunate though, the points will go down towards Vorpal Sword. Primal, I think they've second-guessed. They've pushed. They've come down to the east. They've then gone back towards the west. Now they're coming back towards the east. And Win or Die, they've got a clear objective, and that is to push forward. And push on towards that nade there from Shiny Daz. Jogsy is down, and Vorpal Sword now pushing up. And then Win or Die, they are going to clutch it down for them. 4 teams now remain. Win or Die got a nice 9 kills on the board. Make that 10 kills now, as we'll say Vorpal Sword takes 4th place.
And there's Besto now with a P90. That thing sprays bullets so fast. And look at the damage. It gets Sancho down. And question mark now closing towards the high ground as they try to take it away from Win or Die. Let's not forget about Uba in the center of the zone, because if question mark get the better of Win or Die here, that opens the door wide open for a Gaimin Gladiators potential win, and what would kickstart day 3 for them pretty nicely. But with the zone shifting the way it has, question mark are turning their attention towards the shack, and they've spotted out Uba, and they should know this is a solo, and I know where I'd be pushing if I was question mark, and they are sending it towards Uba.
I don't know. I think they might second guess. I think they've got this hold. They've got this wonderful ridge to play. Win or Die got numbers. Numbers might prevail on this one, but question mark backed into the corner of a P90. They couldn't just sort of extend forward towards the zone. They've got a ridge that goes up where Spyro is. So even if Win or Die wrap round maybe to the west, yeah, I think the danger for them is going to be GG, as you highlighted. I still like question mark's position here. I think they can take it. I know they're down some numbers, but I've got to believe in them.
Oh yeah, you got to, Mark. You look at the players that they have, and it's always a good position. Now Spyro is going to crawl his way towards the center of the zone. Again, even though it looks like he's out in the open from the top down screen, you can see he does have some cover that he can use with the terrain. On the top of the hill, Win or Die, they have separated into two splits. So one team is going to watch the edge to make sure question mark don't push up from this side. The other will wrap their way around towards Uba as they too look to take control of the center of the zone.
Oh, that's
and
what he
Gedrock
needs.
spots out Spyro and a quick 3-tap with the MK. Gets that knock, and now all of a sudden it's a 4v1v1, and Besto is sprinting to get the res. But look at Gedrock's movement. He is sending it up, and Spyro, don't crawl too far away from Besto's healing hands. And Spyro gets back on his feet. Question mark, survive a little bit longer.
Yeah, good reaction there from Best. Yeah, a good reaction as well from Deadrock's War Spot here. Big push for them. Now they're going to get shifted off. This is what Question Mark and Spyro move. Down, they've got the middle zone. The teams have to come to him, and the P90 stops the moves from Jedrox. Here comes now the push. The Smokes will have to deny the information, though. As Win or Die, they've got to try and get off this high ground. Arguably, GG on the other side. Uber needs to do the same. I think he's got a bit more time. Swaps to 3 to a red dot. He knows this is going to be an aggressive push. Question mark decisions to make now, Gibson. Do they fight up or do they fight down? But Spyro has the lid gone. It's down to Besto. It's a 4 versus 2 versus 1. But one of those players are DBNO.
Yeah, and Besto is nowhere near close enough to get the res this time as Leosh flushes that one out. Besto will creep his way towards the edge of the zone. He's hoping that Uba can do enough damage on the Win or Die on the other side to give themselves an opportunity to win. Uba now with the nade spots the helmet and will toss it up, but it's going to be cooked just a little bit too long, and he'll be forced to go back into cover again, but it's not going to work as he falls at the hands of the nade. And now Besto finds himself one, spots the head. He's in a 1 versus 3, but you can see the pressure coming through. Stun grenades being popped Besto's way, and Mark, I don't think Besto's going to do much more, because there's the off angle, there's the fire and flames, and there is the did the zone take it away?
Zone took him just.
Oh,
that's unfortunate for Win or Die, right? 12 kills, nearly 13 on the board. I think he was backing up. I think there was this. I think I'm going to give Besto the benefit of the doubt there, Gibson. I think he backed up to go. I'm going to go zone. I can't win this one now. And lucky enough for him, yeah, look, he took some huge damage. Great wrap, though, they're coming in from Leosh, right, taking him back to that top side. But it did result in that winner chicken dinner. That's going to go for game number 1, which is going to be Win or Die. And arguably, very much a fight for the South. It was a lot of teams, zone shifts back towards that graveyard. A lot of teams had to climb to that higher side. And we saw a lot of teams, unfortunately, not quite get there. They descended their way down. Good play from Win or Die. They held out that west. It wasn't as pushy, should we say, on their side, but we saw teams like BBL take out teams, go down to a 1-man. Unfortunately, the fellas go down to a 1-man as well, and Primal, they wanted to get involved in the mix as well. So lots of action, but it was very focused on that south side.
it was, and you saw it for about 3 phases back to back. There was just gunfight after gunfight, but I want to rewind this back to Win or Die. At the start of that game, we spoke about the fact that their ceiling is so high, but the problem is their floor is so far below. If they can raise that floor, even if the ceiling comes down just a little bit, they will be in so much better of a position this year. The talent is there.
Yeah.
They just need to find a way to show up every single map, because as I keep saying, it's not the team with the highest potential that wins tournaments. It's the team with the highest floor. It means that you're consistently getting points. The team that's getting, 6, 7, 8 points every single game they play is going to be doing a lot better than a team that gets a chicken dinner one map and then goes 2 or 3 with, finishing outside the placement points and no kills. It's simple maths. And I want to see that version of Win or Die a lot more than the version that we see on the other side of the coin.
Yeah, very true. They look good when they do it as well. Worth noting, obviously, question mark, better day, better start for them. They're a team that could claw back a lot of points. Now, with his payout between 1st and 5th, there is a big jump for them to do, but the rate at which that question mark can put work in, we know they're able to put some huge numbers on the board. So it's going to take a quick break. When we come back, we have one more Miramar before we make our way over to the freezing heart of Vikendi. For now, we'll see you guys in a few.
said I would. If they could, they probably should. I left the hood, I said I would. I left the hood, I said I would.
I was caught up in a situation, could have gone real bad. I dipped, took a long vacation, no doubt left man of them mad. Gone. I left the hood, I said I would, so I'ma get mine and I won't feel bad. Nah, if they could, they probably should, but most man end up in a two-man pad. Left the hood, I said I would. I left the hood, I said I would.
Ain't coming back.
If they could, they probably should.
Oh yeah.
I left the hood, I said I would.
I left the hood, I said I would.
Left the hood, I said I would.
I
I left the hood, I said I would.
ain't coming back.
If they could, they probably should.
Oh yeah.
I left the hood, I said I would.
I left the hood, I said I would.
I was caught up in a situation.
Here we go. It's game number 2, day number 3 of our Invitational, season number 3. I'm going to call it season number 3, or maybe cup 3. Sounds good. Flight path, pretty good again. Heart and Soul over Baccardo. North, east, down toward a south, southwest. Teams going to get their normal drop zones. We see Navi go to the other split now, as they will take that Campo Militaire, mainly because the Impala drop is a bit too far to go. Faze take their normal drops as well. I think there'd be a little bit of congestion for some of these esports cars for these teams to get. Not too much, I think, to worry about. Primal, last up the plane. We've got no ascend in this cup as well, so there's no push towards that sort of Val de Mer. So they're going to have this whole south side to themselves.
Yeah, they'll have lots of ground to play with, and the zone will give us location away pretty soon too. So once they get their boots on the ground, they won't have very long to wait to know where to go. And I want to point out Primal and Navi, right? They're the two teams on opposite sides of the map right now. Is it just me, or does the zone seem to avoid Campo Militar? Like, Phase 1, for some reason or other, doesn't seem to include it very often. And Navi are okay with that, with this drop spot, right, Mark? Oh, well, because with Navi drop, I thought we had a hot drop there for a second, but with Navi dropping up there, they want to play from the edge. They've got a young, a young team. They're newly formed. They're playing together. They want to play aggressively. Dropping somewhere like this allows them to play the style that they want to play at the minute, which is get to the edge of the zone, fight your way in, and then as the zones progress, to Phase 2, Phase 3, where we start getting a better idea of where it's going to center up, that's when they start to make play for the stronger compounds. But when you're dropping somewhere like Campo Militar, you're setting yourself up with the expectation that you're going to have to fight your way into the zone.
It's a different game style. We've been in PUBG for long enough. We saw the OG where you send to the center compound, lock it down, hold it. Then we saw open terrain fighting, not everyone going to the compound. And we're seeing a difference between styles now. Some teams will still go for the center compound. Some teams will go play the outside edge. And I'd love to see more and more coaches getting involved with these teams. There's a lot of these teams in this evening have coaches anyway, and they'll be trying to find what flows, what works with these teams. It looks like the Navi roster we spoke about last one likes the outside edge. We've seen the zone. It did touch Campo Militaire, but it was very much more towards El Hazard. We had that El Hazard yesterday ending, but they like this. I think Navi will rotate north. They might play up towards that sort of oasis hill, maybe play down towards that southeast of it. But they have the high ground. Water treatment is a new area. It's been underestimated for quite some time. I think that's going to be strong as well. I can't see Foot leaving it too much. Faze will want to move their way in. This Tyler zone, though, I think we'll see more teams maybe donut up, which does give us the risk that we might lose a few people early.
They didn't make as much of a noise about the change to water treatment as they have to other areas of the map, right? It's changed significantly, but here's win or die, winners of the last map. Almost crashing the compound at the exact same time as Pod Samlet. There's your 3-round burst from Dante, and hello, my bad, will fall. He does get over on the other side of the ridgeline, Mark, so there is the potential here to get the res as you give us that beautiful scan off into the distance. And Dante is slowly creeping his way here, but if you get in enough time, pick him up, get him in the car, and get out of there. And look, Dante has heard the Murado fall back the other way, so Dante falls back into the compound. That is fine.
Worth noting as well, I completely misclick it, but the actual movement from win or die, they put in a position to stop the play over the top. I like Dante's move. I did like that play up to the top, but I also like this as well. Win or die repositioning, trying to ensure they can get that, but now they're going to take a bit of third-party action across the other side. Obviously, Win or Die have had a 5. They've swapped one out. Anyway, but obviously the 4 we got this evening here. 24 kills, 21, 13, and 11. Huge amounts of damage again. Big amount of assists. Definitely worth mentioning. Hello, my bad is up there on the assists. So looking strong, but looking consistent. You spoke about it last game. It played off. They got the chicken dinner. Let's see how consistent this team can be coming into these final 5 games.
Yeah, is it just me? Was this the team that you give a little bit of help to with the logo once upon a time?
Yeah,
as
mate,
well?
That's my logo. I designed that.
Yeah, exactly. You see, you got it. Look, I'm going to give you your flyers on broadcast right now. Mark's a one-man show, right? So not only did he design that logo for those guys, he also, every overlay you see, all the stats that particularly, yes, he pulls the stats, but all these graphics, everything you see, the observing, is all done by Mark. So if you've got any primes, give them to him, because everything he gets, he invests back into the stream. So show Mark some love. He does a heck of a job with all of the work that he puts together for these shows.
I do the money I do get in. I actually have someone helping me on design work because I can only take it so far. But there is someone which I just send the ideas to, and Uber's got some ideas himself, but no, hello, my bad, we'll put him down. They're going to be looking to try and get that quick kill confirmed, but Melman says deny. Alia straight on it as well, puts both of them down, so they thought they're in for the old winner chicken dinner, but GG, they had other ideas here.
Yeah, that's... Hello, my bad, getting taken down, who did actually get the knock onto Uba. Now, Alia, not in a rush to get that second flush, because he knows that the next player isn't coming around. Levante will clean out Perfectix as Twisted Minds lose one as well. Gaimin Gladiators doing a great job of holding the inside of San Martin. But now Twisted Minds are making their way up to what's left of Win or Die, and Leosh could be in a bit of trouble here as the ringing noise of a barrel will echo through God Compound. Here's those nades being tossed inside, but Batulins is ready for the step out alongside the corner. Look, Batulins knows that he's inside the building, but he's waiting for the step outside. But look at this, Gedrox will wrap around and he gets a quick knock and flush, and all of a sudden it's Batulins up against Gedrox in this compound. Now Lou, I think, is lurking not too far away either. But Mark, this is a big fight for both Twisted Minds and Win or Die.
I think Lou's actually, I don't think he came over. Now, he doesn't know where Batulins is. No, Lou stayed. You can see him, he's jumping down. There he is.
Yeah.
Batulins hasn't moved. He's just now started to make the play now, and I think a lot of the smokes were the bait out to see if he was going in there. Jedrox, though, didn't make the flush, didn't make the rush over there to go get Leosh. And as a result, put the smokes out. It kind of forced Batulins out of his hidey hole place. You can see that 1v1 now, but look at this, Formulation Gaming and Fairy Tail looking to get points on the board. They are coming over to try and get the last scrapes what they can. Philip looking to roll. Good nade from him, though. Intense comes flying over with a drive-by, baby. Able to put it on. And Fairy Tail, unfortunately, they're going to lose one. It's not even going to stop to loot it.
Man, how much fun was it watching these guys compete in Good Game League and last year as well? Yes. Techers and Tens are absolutely nuts, as is Clib. Batulans will wipe out Win or Die. Gaimin Gladiators, they sent Melman out of San Martin up to keep an eye on what was going on in this gunfight. And again, it's a sign of the confidence of Batulans. Look, I heard a commentator say that he reckoned that Batulans could be better mechanically, right? To me, Batulans is one of the top players in the world because he has the spidey sense. He knows where people are. He scouts incredibly, and he puts himself in such good positions that every gunfight that he finds himself in, he normally has the upper hand. I have a lot of love for Batulans, and look, on this map, he is the GOAT. Like, when I think of Miramar, I think of Batulans.
The man of the rocks. I was blessed to do that interview with him on the rotation. He said he's not happy with the E-pickups because everyone else is taking his rocks away from him. So he gains.
Man, he had it down to an art, didn't he? Driving up with a motorbike up on top of the high ground. Yeah. Like I don't think anybody could get up there as quick as he could.
He just knew as well. He just knew how to gain information. Yeah, he's right. He's always there. He understands how the game can unfold, and it really does work out for him.
I have a lot of respect from him. Genuinely do. Could watch them play all day long. Bright side, we'll get flushed here as well. And a doozy will clean that one up as question mark look to continue the good start to day number 1 or day number 3 for them. Sorry, because look, I've been on holidays. This is the first day that I've been involved this time around. And have a look at that leaderboard as well as the map mark. Win or Die stealing top spot away. But it's up for grabs because Faze are still alive and Win or Die are gone.
Yeah. I have one error on that. It actually question mark does dub BBL. One thing I will say actually, with all my automations, there was one thing I can't counteract, and that is the damage decider. We've had so many. We had 3 yesterday. We've had 2, I think, on the Monday. We've got 1 so far today as well. And oh my days, look at the shift. Huge north to northeast. It goes back to Cruise, back to Faze home turf. They're getting rolling themselves, but all of the other teams, they need to get shifting as well.
And did you or did you not speak about water treatment a little bit earlier? Yeah. Well, Mark, let's have a, because the map has given us the opportunity to, let's remind the viewers at home how they've changed this section of the map.
We love this. We do love it. I actually do like the opportunity because you can get out a lot quicker. Historically, you had those hillside there and it sort of was blocked off. You see the additional 2. Obviously, they've shifted a little bit forward. And then we see, instead of the double buildings, they've replaced it with more warehouses. It feels more natural now. But what I do like, and I think the biggest thing for teams, if you're looking at this area, is there's a lot more ways in and more ways out of this area.
Oh, there definitely is. It's one of those areas now that in the past was so difficult to make their way out without unpushable looking down on top. But now if you're inside of the area and you need to make your way out, it's just that little bit easier. A doozy needs to be careful as fairy tales rotate past. Question mark will let them know they hold this area of the map. And this is one of the things I like to point out. Oh, he gets a tire. This actually could be a sitting duck here for question mark as Phil first will spray us a lot of damage on the headshot, and Besto will clean them up. But was that a doozy that popped the tire? Because whoever popped the tire won that gunfight for question mark.
Completely stalled that car, unfortunately. Good driving, though. They obviously didn't react to it, so therefore the car kept straight. You'd argue if they did react, they would have spun out. That means they would have been dead in the water. But look, if you're driving past a team like question mark, anyone's dead in the water. It's the fear when you see him in the lobby and you're running past him. Navi, they go back to kind of when we first saw them form, a big wide split for them. They're really conquering this top side of zone here. Gibson, Vorpal Swords going to move their way in. Fellas wrap round north as well. Formulation Gaming the same. BBL the same, but BBL potentially could stop where they are and maybe try and play for a northwest position. Interesting takeaway for me. No one's in that southeast at the moment. There was a lot of opportunity and more teams, I suppose, using either an E-pickup or a quick rotate. But water treatment, as you mentioned, is the heart and soul still of this zone.
And Alia's heard you. Alia's making his way with Gaimin Gladiators to that southeast section of the map. And again, they will leave that scout down towards the south. Uba, fellas, they're going to spot out and try to get some scouting on the northeast section of northwest of the zone. Klib needs to be very careful that he is not taken down by Rustenmar, who's got himself a nice rock to play with. There's a nice... Oh my god, Rustenmar will take the head off of Takers. And all of a sudden, this is a big opportunity for the fellas because you've got to knock on the formulation. You know where the rest are, but Diffex from NAVI from a country mile away gets the knock, and Michael says, thank you very much. I'll confirm that point out. And that's good for fellas if you're a fellas fan to see them doing some damage on the edge of the zone to Formulation Gaming.
Yeah, lucky enough for them. They got it in before the sandstorm. It's going to sweep across this top, so blind out a lot of teams. BBL have kind of taken that position here in the gunshot. Formulation Gaming go back slightly. But it is Klib now and intense. Let's go again back towards the north to northeast scenario. We've got 14 teams. We've lost a few. Still 50 players left, so lots of opportunity. Faze will collapse theirs now. We've got roughly guessing now where the zone is going to end up. NAVI still on a huge split. And you've got to think, how many more zones can they get away with holding it this wide?
I love it too, because the Wu are backfilling the position that Faze just played. So they're going to get themselves a nice little compound, as well as Faze will elect that they want to move onto ground that suits their style of play that little bit better. Fellas now, they're on the edge of the zone. They need to make their way in, because that shift does them no favors whatsoever. As we can see, Hakatori way up on top of the ridge, feeding this information. Look, he can see Michael's car. He knows where they are. It's not Hakatori's job to get these knocks or flushes. They're just a bonus. This is all about feeding information to the team, putting some wear and tear on the fellas, and making sure that NAVI don't have to worry about their north, because the BBL, well, they're pushing towards their south, and they get 2 huge knocks onto NAVI. But can Diffex do some damage with the nade here from above? He pulls it back, pulls it, throws it, but it's a little bit short of where Fells is playing.
It's the downside with Navi's split. In isolation, Diffex are able to respond pretty quickly. BBL down some numbers. Formulation Gaming going to have the opportunity also now to come in. They're going to hear a lot of this action coming out. There's a confirm, done and dusted. So it is down. Hakatori is pushing in. Diffex though does hold. The duo between Diffex and Hakatori is going to be one I think we're going to see a lot in the 2024 season. There goes the nade. Does bounce, but won't get the distance need. That blue zone nade will be a little bit better. I still think it's a bit too far away, but Diffex able to line up not just 1 but 2, and that's going to get those confirms on the board. And BBL find themselves solo ranger. I believe this is Smash. I think Vorpal is Smash. I don't know 100%. I'd love them to confirm to me in chat. I do know it's Smash +3. So again, if you guys do know, please let us know. I'm going to make the assumption it is him, and that's him down and out. 14th place.
Taken down, 13 teams left alive here on what's been a lively Miramar that we've seen on day 3. That's nade just a little bit off. The distance was perfect. The trajectory was just a little, or the angle was a little bit wrong. But NAVI now need to be careful. The res has come through. Klib will shoot Hakatori in the back as he tries to sprint away, and he'll take down Diffex. NAVI being punished now for the split that they had. Fairest is pushing this direction, thinking about trying to get some love back the other way, but it ain't gonna happen. What looked so good for NAVI just a few moments ago, Mark, has all erupted in flames, but that nade could be beautiful, and it is. It gets the flush, and Klib hits 3 HP, and he's dancing and dodging, but Batulins will get that kill, and Klib falls. Level 3 helmet or not, and Twisted Minds now turn their attention to Fairest as Batulins hits him hard from behind.
Yeah, and he's got players behind him as well. Is it Batulins into Crazy Lou? I think Crazy Lou's right on him.
Look at the shift.
Well.
Look at the shift.
I know, it's gone, mate. It's gone back down. But I have to wait and see. That's the danger, though, with NAVI. With that style of play, one hand, you gather so much information, get so much intel. The other hand, the downside to that is that if a team isolates an individual, and NAVI have been playing this for some time now, it can really cause them effect. Sort of week 1, week 2, me watching them do it, I'd definitely say it worked out in their favour. I think they caught a lot of teams out. I'd say they also collapsed the 4 really well in certain situations. But I feel like teams weren't ready for it. I think teams have done their VOD reviews. We know they do it. Michael put a post up about it the other day. And I think they know now that, especially in the zones like this, NAVI can be caught. And that is a vulnerability that they need to work on.
Yeah, it definitely is. But thankfully for them, they've still got some time to work on that as the Spur Dogs van. I love that skin. And they're Strong T. You know what? I got to give Strong T credit too. They have bounced back so well since their first outing this year. They're looking much, much better as Razor from Vorpal Swords will be dealt with. Habako making his way up to the res, to his downed teammate in PWD to consider getting that res. But look, spot this out if you're watching from home. Not full sending it up. Already will get that kill confirmed, but stopping in a position where he can look and have an idea and garner information on Strong T, knowing that they are numerically challenged in this fight.
They are. Just waiting for a head to pop up. A couple of guns shoot his way. Now picked up, looking to try and get some information. Smoke goes back to the area which he knows his players were downed. Now they might go try and isolate the one. Great nade comes over the top, puts him down for a 2. They need to rely on Primal to work their way, and that's an even better nade, but doesn't quite get the damage needed. Nadebat is a little bit further up, so he's given the cover, but with nades coming in, they are faultless. They will put him down. I don't think he's going to be resible. As the only saving grace is if Prime will get really involved here with Strong T. That might allow him to go get it. If I was Nadebat, I'd cut loose and just get myself in zone.
Yeah, the blue zone's going to be the problem for Bako. Look, Duncan will confirm that one out anyway, as Nabat is forced to try to find some place to play home. But let's be real, Nabat has as good a chance as any player in 1vx's. He's been very good for Vorpal Swords over the course of the last few weeks. Foot, they've got themselves in a tough spot, surrounded by Question Mark and Pod Samulet on the western side of the circle. And they're all looking towards that spot that the Woo took a little bit earlier, as Pod Samulet will also put some pressure on Foot from below.
Yeah, they're in a bad spot, unfortunately, Foot now. We've got Question Mark, might try and collapse away this way. Pod right below him. We've got the Woo looking at them, and I'm sure Faze can take a side swipe at them as well. Question Mark might be distracted with the fellas on the other side, but the zone shifts again further afield. These teams need to get moving. Arguably, I think Primal got a little spot they can hold. Nabat's not going to move, and Faze and the Woo will be happy, but everyone else needs to get an opportunity to either get in zone or deal with the fight that's in front of them, then get towards zone.
Oh, Pin, Pod, Samulet pushing out of their compound and getting some reward as T-Bone will fall. Itzy coming under fire, and Pod Samulet in a spray of a clip will take down Foot. But Question Mark, they've read the scenario. Spyro spots out Spin, but will get the flush onto Dante first. Now Pin, though, will take it back as they trade damage back and forward. More shots coming through as Pin puts the pressure onto Question Mark as they battle. They know getting into the circle will be tough, so you got to take this fight, but a doozy is shut down by Pin, who is taking names for fun here on the edge of the circle, and they can push this way. That blue zone nade will be very good, though, if it bounces right, but it takes a little bit of a dodgy one. Besto caught with a nade in his hand, but Pin can't do any damage, and Alia from a mile away. Gaimin Gladiators third partying, and Phil first takes down Pin. The blue zone will do damage, as will Rocks, as Pod Samulet pick up another couple of kills, and Phil first now into the blue. Mark is going to try to pick up his teammate, I think, and carry him into the zone, or they're going to get the car into the zone at least. But Question Mark have suffered a lot of damage on this edge of the circle.
That's a lot of teams there, a lot of teams. Got a couple of sides. Rocks obviously twisting minds, the same. Question Mark with 2, GG's with 2 now as well. Interestingly, a lot of flat terrain. Does after that period of time does go towards that compound. Once we leave the compound, potentially after the next phase, can be all that kind of classic Miramar, little dips, crevices and sand dunes in between. You've got to know your terrain now. You've got to play well, especially if you've got a buddy there. Communication, I feel, is going to be key.
Yeah, Question Mark dealt with. They fall as they made it towards the fellas. They knew that they weren't going to be able to push towards the Woo, and the fellas were ready for that one. And this is impressive for them, considering they rotated all the way up around the north. Lou is going to go down here as well. The blue zone wiping out Twisted Minds, as we've got our top 6. This zone, really nice for the Woo and FaZe clan. They moved a few zones ago, and they are massively getting paid off big dividends for that move.
Yes, Pod's not quite in though, is he? He needs to shimmy his way now forward. Not got the smokes in his back pocket either, but more worrying, he hasn't got the train. I think he has to push towards GG, try and allow a team like the Wu to take shots, take the heat off him. But it's phase number 6. That's going to hurt quite a bit. Rox is going. He's trying to med his way forward. 6th place will take some placement points. But that's Pod now out of this game.
5 teams left. GG need to make their way into the circle now, as do the Wu. But look at Ibby moving early, taking ground, taking control, and sending it towards the center of the zone where there is a shack that is uninhabited, and he will claim squatters' rights to center zone. Primal, they're rotating north right towards FaZe Clan as they might look to lock them out of this circle. It's the fella's decision that intrigues me. And when you look at the way Ibby's playing this, he's playing the shack with a lovely, lovely Panzerfaust at the ready if any vehicle decides they want to crash the shack.
Yeah, can be very responsive if he gets it laid down. Gets them a drop blessed on top of him, so there's 2 there. FaZe, they got a little bit of a split decision. Primal will need to make an opportunity of which way do they go in. They have a little bunker, which they might want to try and move into. GG's having to go back the other way. The problem is Primal can't really come into this space yet because FaZe will cause them so many problems. They need FaZe to go the other way. That's why the shots came over here. I don't think FaZe want to give up this train just yet. Looks like they are stacking up. They're going to take the fight towards Primal, Crexy and Gustav. We said them before. These are the guys that will make them push forward. We've got the anchor play here. Crexy right up there and does get the first knock. Novi is down. Joxy's going to potentially pop his head over the top. They do have an anchor play a little bit further back, and Crexy's looking to try and get this flush out from Novi, so we can't get any information over. But FaZe looking to be aggressive, but they are back to a 4 as well.
Yeah, and with Primal being down 1 and the rest of them making their way into this dip, this actually suits FaZe quite a bit. And there's Jogsy going down at the hands of Corexy as he gets himself a double on the edge of the zone. Elska will begin tossing down smokes to create some cover, but Gustav will take down Shiny Daz, and it's all down to Elska now. All the members of FaZe crashing over this ridgeline like a wave to deal with Primal. They're just feeling the brunt force of them, and oh my god, the Wu take down GG. Primal are eliminated, and it is now the Wu against FaZe, and I love it every single time I see Ibby going up against this team. Let's see what can happen. Let's not rule out the fellas either though, Mark. They've snuck their way in on the edge of the zone. I don't know why my old man brain didn't spot them, but they're there. And they've as good as... They've not got quite the chance.
That's why I clicked on him. Don't forget that.
They've not got the chance the other 2 have with the numbers, Mark, but they've got 3 up. They've got 5 kills. And you feel like they're going to be able to keep their noses clean for maybe longer than the Wu and FaZe can.
Mind, I think if he needs to get a new lid, he might, if he gets opportunities to pop out and grab it. He does have a level 3 in there. Danger is, fellas looking to come this way. They're committed to one side. Deployable shields, but they need to get down. It is a 4 versus 4 versus 3. It is kind of Clash of the Titans here. James is working his way around to the north. I think FaZe are working out exactly how much zone control they've got. It does shift back to them. FaZe are the one out of these 3 teams that don't really need to make too much of an aggressive move. Arguably, the Wu has a foothold here. But with James up on the high side, that's going to cause some issues now to the fellas. Oh, Michael says goodbye as James goes back to a 1 shot. He might second guess that now on the peak, but on the other side of the coin, the fellas now know they've been exposed on the side ankle, so they need to get shifting.
Yeah, dangerous spot. There's a Dragonov looking your way, but it's Nixie that finds the knock onto James, who was center of the, or just center of the, or north of center of the zone, sorry. Fellas need to make their way in, but that's all that zone to the north completely freed up. The Wu, FaZe, and fellas are all on the south side of the circle. But as you can see, it is phase 7. There's still a lot of ground to play with. But Mark, I'm looking at fellas. Did they decide to go north? Did they go south? They got the kill. Did they think that maybe FaZe have another player up there?
You can see they're popping some shots, so I don't think they know exactly who was there. But they're going to take their educated guess. That was the player that got downed and out, and that will be the right move for them. The fellas isolating that solo player, which is now down. And they position themselves a good part of the zone. Faze do come back this way, so they look to stop the movement coming in from the fellas. Fellas to go for a 2-1 split as well, so they are pushing an anchor. Really trying to push though. Fex pushing his way forward. The Woo take the opportunity, seeing Faze move. They're going to collapse, and now they're going to be cautious. This is a complete side angle. This is a swipe. Fex doesn't have the util to get down there, but he's got the SLR, get some good shots, put both of them down to one shot, but unable to get the knocks. Someone give this man an aid.
Oh my god, but do you see Iroh get a big knock onto the Woo from the off angle as well, which stalled their retreat just a little bit. Corexi gets a knock onto Quizzy now, as maybe FaZe Clan decide to turn their attention to the Woo. Fellas moving up towards center of the zone as well, as we've got ourselves a or almost a full house between these three teams. Smokes thrown by FaZe Clan so they can focus on the south, and that will be Nixie in a peak battle with Corexi.
Yeah, looks like FaZe have split off. That is a 3 versus 3 versus 4 on DBNO. Looks like they are going to try and get that res. Fellas taking this one a little bit slower. They are moving their way now in towards that zone. Alright, he's going to maybe crawl his way and get himself some level 3 gear. He has 7s in his back pocket, so if he does pick up the MG, that's really, really close to the Woo. It can be very, very dangerous. And look, I wouldn't mind if he lays down there, gets it out, gets the bipod. It might be the deficit, but for now, he does back away. I think he hears the players coming his way, but he takes some shots and Nixie goes down. As a result, the fellas sneak him forward, but back down to the belly, into the sands, and he knows he's got FaZe wrapping around that north side of him.
Yeah, 91 bullets left as well, so maybe could do with that crate, but the issue for him is he doesn't have any nades that he can throw back towards the Woo, which could have been huge. You can see that on the other side of things here as well, Rustenmar doesn't have a lot of ammo to play with. There's Ebby dancing up with Iroh, does a lot of damage, and here comes the stuns. Molodok turning his attention this direction as well, so it looks like they decided they will aggress towards fellas. FaZe are loving this because they can now attack either team, and they choose Iroh as well, as Gustav gets that off angle, and it's a 4v3 v2 of standing players. Iroh ain't going to get rezzed anytime soon, and the Woo, knowing that it was Iroh there, they're going for that wide wrap to the section of the map.
Love it. Send the Panzer in. So 4 versus 3 versus 3 on DBNO. This is all angles. Everyone is pretty much spent. If you haven't got a lid or a vest, yeah, you've got util in your back pocket. If you haven't got the util, you've got the vest and you've got the lids. Quizzy, without the lid, does launch a nade forward. That's not too bad. Actually goes right towards Fex here, but he doesn't cook it, so he's able to dodge it. Here comes the flash. I think the Woo make a decision now. They're coming the other way. Nixie does go down. Every time the Woo look to make a push towards one of the teams, the other team stops to play. It's phase number 9. No matter what happens, we've got to try and make the play. Ibby, he's down. Monodox is the final player for them. It's actually 1 for the Woo. They went towards the west. They went back towards the east. They left it, unfortunately, for the time. And now the fellas are punishing. Kills on the board. Michael's the final one. There we go. It's down. It's a 2 versus 1 as Monodox going to try and take the fight towards FaZe.
Yeah, look at that. Ebby doing some scout work on top of the hill, feeding the information, knowing that his life is forfeit. But Fex will try to get the res, which will get rezzed actually, as Corexi finds it. Now Molodok's job gets a little bit tougher. Dances up, gets that knock onto Fex once more. Covers his track with a good molly, which should get that knock confirmed into another kill. Can they pick up another point? Good spray towards the rock to Gustav. Gustav, though, will not fall. Not just yet. Molodok playing the other side of this ridge line. And as Corexi goes for the res again, and Gustav almost gets knocked. Corexi peaks, and down he falls. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. 20 points for FaZe Clan, and they retake top spot away from Winner Die.
That was a good retake. I feel like FaZe have been chasing down that top spot, and when they got it yesterday, it was like teams answering back, and it was like, nah, do you know what? We're going to end the day strong. We're going to put chicken dinners on the board. I wonder if this is going to be the same again for FaZe. Does this mean that FaZe have got that chase for the chicken? Are they going to get more and more underneath their belt? Well, for now, it was a good game. That is our last Miramar, unfortunately, for this event, and not too bad. Did offer quite a bit. I actually really like that open train ending. We get to see real high IQ plays. Yes, I know that we didn't get that, but Monodoc, I love that use of the train, use of sand dune, got the knock where he needed to. He knew the player further back was the problem, but he got that re-knock, he got the molly over, didn't quite get the confirm, but I liked how he's trying to use the train to get closer to the edge, but also keep Faze in that corner.
Yeah, they did. And let's not forget about the fact now that FaZe have won 4 of the last 5 maps, Mark. They have been so good. And they're going back. We've got one little trip. Is it Vikendi next, the Snowscape? They won that last night as well.
Yep.
FaZe are on an absolute tear. Yeah, I think wasn't it Tego? Was it Tego Vikendi yesterday?
No, they done Tego, Arango. No, they done Tego, Miramar.
Yeah, because I was on a plane, so if they, so I missed that one. But look, Mark, we're going to jump into a break. When we come back, we'll see the next plane, which takes us over Vikendi. We'll see you guys in a few.
She will smile and she will smile. Why don't you smile? Why don't you smile? Why don't you smile? Why won't you smile?
said I would. I left the hood, I said I would. If they could, they probably should. I left the hood, I said I would. I left the hood, I said I would.
I was caught up in a situation, could have gone real bad. I dipped, took a long vacation, no doubt left man of them mad. Gone. I left the hood, I said I would, so I'ma get mine and I won't feel bad. Nah, if they could, they probably should, but most man end up in a two-man pad. Left the hood, I said I would. I left the hood, I said I would.
Ain't coming back.
If they could, they probably should. Oh yeah. I left the hood, I said I would. I left the hood, I said I would. Left the hood, I said I would. I left the hood, I said I would. Ain't coming back. If they could, they probably should. Oh yeah. I left the hood, I said I would. I left the hood, I said I would.
I was caught up in a situation, could've gone real bad. I dipped, took a long vacation, no doubt left none of them mad. I left the hood, I said I would, so I'ma get mine and I won't feel bad. If they could, they probably should, but most man end up in a team and bad. I was caught up in a situation, could've gone real bad. I dipped, took a long vacation.
A little trip to Vikende to cleanse the palate after what was two exciting Miramar games back to back. But FaZe Clan took the win the last time that we went to Miramar. But let's turn our attention now to the snowscape with a flight path from 9 o'clock to approximately 4. A little bit skewed towards the southern side of this wonderful map. But Mark, I prefer the south side of Vikende. I'm not going to lie. I like the fact that you've got contrasting terrain types with, you know, snow being in some areas, not in others, and plenty of buildings to hide and cover. And it's like this map blends Miramar and Erangel nicely when you consider it's a good mix of both terrain and compound fighting.
Yeah, and as we've joined the hands again between the flight path and the zone, we do have the opportunity there. It might go down towards that south to southwest section. A few teams don't. They're extending quite far away. I definitely feel like Vikendi's a bit more crazier than Tega, but I said that the other day and it was just mad. So we'll have to wait and see what happens there. And we see Formulation Gaming and the Woo. I think they're going to be dropping down for Train Yard. I think the Woo are going to continue going forward. Try and pick up. And there you go. You do get it. Contrast. We get one big hill in the middle. And a nice mix between towns and compounds. Height will be the advantage, but who's going to take it early on? It'd be interesting to watch and see.
Yeah, plenty of water in there as well for Vikende Circle, as you got to make your guess as to which of these two peninsulas really potentially could be the stronger side of the zone to be on. Fairy Tail are pretty happy with their spot, but you're looking at the likes of Primal. They got to make their way into the zone, but on a map, I guess it shouldn't be an issue, but Formulation Gaming and the Woo, just to the northwest of the circle, they're turning their heads against each other as Techers will get a knock, and it looks like that might just get flushed out here as well. And Mark, these drops for these compounds and these vehicles can have such a detrimental impact, and with Techers confirming that kill out onto Nixie, if Taser had a weapon, he would be helping out, but at the minute, Mark, he's helping by feeding information to Techers.
Yeah, quick reaction as well. First face, you know his depth of knowledge is huge. So you can see him play tag now. Intense is now coming back. So obviously he was looted, got the car now coming because he is trying to back away. Now he's got a bit of train. Hopefully he doesn't quite get caught. Monodok, though, is further afield. He really needs to use his train to the advantage. And the trees will provide some cover. The question is which one of these two are going to see him. And if they time it right, they're going to drive by. Actually, no. Actually, look at that. Look, break that down. Formulation Gaming. Fuzzface came to just look over. Tekker's got the kill, right? Fuzzface, when we saw the arrival of Intent, he went back to go get the compound. Klib drove to give Tekker's the car so he can go get more gear, and they sort of swapped over, ensuring that there are two people here at all times. Unfortunately for them, Quizzy has now slipped the net, and I think he is pretty much home 3, but might be a bit of a commentator's curse. Maybe not. The trees are still providing the cover, so he's out. He's free. He needs to be cautious if he tries to cross that road, but he's trying to make his way now to get some more loot on the other side.
What's even more clever about that, Mark, is by doing that switch as well, Klib had a helmet and vest as well, plus weapons, plus ammo. So not only were you substituting a player out, but the Wu had no way to know if there was a player being left lurking or not. Like, by leaving the car and having someone else take it away, you also create the element of, you know, surprise, because they might think everybody's gone, but in the end, the Wu are able to fall back and make their way towards the rest of the zone. And look at those cable cars. How many Panzerfausts are in this one, Mark? Because these cable cars are just a blessing if you're a fan of destruction.
It's such a great play yesterday from Strong T. They were holding the heart of the zone, which was 1, went down to a 1-man. The 1-man then jumped on the cable car. It was a tiny zone as well. There's none in there.
That's not normal, but it's bolties.
Then parachute over the top of the other team. It was great. Unfortunately, didn't get the chicken dinner, but it looked good. It did look really good.
We give style points here in VIKÜRVI.
Yeah, 100%. Won the heart and mind of me, but talk about winning the hearts and minds here. Fairy Tail find themselves sharing compounds here with a 4-man, by the looks of it, Twisted Minds. And like maybe I'll say 3-man, so 3-on-1. Fairy Tail are coming as quick as they can, but at the moment, Twisted Minds are pushing very aggressive.
Yeah, good job here. Just staying alive by Kai for now, but needs some support for the rest of his team. Fairy Tail. Oh, good shot from Batulins will force him back into cover. And here is the crash. Keksa will manage to land in. Does a lot of damage. Never mind, a lot of damage. Gets the knock onto Batulins. And Lou will open the door and cover for Batulins to get back inside. There's a spray coming from the other side, though. Blue's only in towards Kai, as Kai gets the knock onto Lou. Big from the man on the roof. Spraying through the smoke, trying to find the nearby player. Will Superman land onto the ground and step a little bit further around? Can he get this knock, or this onto the player? Example, he's in this position. Example takes a little bit of damage. Here comes Kai, and Kai gets another kill. And it's all down to Perfectix up on top of the roof. He's surrounded on all sides, but great play from Kai enables the chance now for Fairy Tail to win this battle with Twisted Minds.
Good quick reaction as well. Perfectix hearing the shots going, I'm the only one left alive, and they're not shooting at me, so it's clearly another team. No flush has happened just yet. Fairy Tail had to push back to go try and get the flush, but the patience though from Perfectix, able to get the knockdown. Now we're seeing Strong T get the steal. Examples there. Perfectix will be looking at another team which is waiting, watching, sniffing for some extra points here on the Vikendi. We know the snowstorms can be a heavy game for points as well. Always reminds me of teams like Ascend and how they like the snowy terrain, and it is a game that they can put some high kills on.
Speaking of snowstorms, no damage anymore as well for the players inside the snowstorm, which I know that T-Bone was very, very glad to see, and a lot of players in this lobby like a little bit more. Should get the res on the bright side for Fairy Tail if you're quick enough. Perfectix keeping on the move, but that gunfire forces him inside. Needs to be careful as he drops to 8 HP, but gets into the corner once more. A doozy died to fall damage elsewhere around the map, so not quite sure what happened a doozy, but these things happen inside of the game. Mark, Perfectix, the longer Perfectix stays alive here, the more of a problem it becomes from Fairy Tail, because it opens the door for other teams to crash.
We've already seen it. 2 teams have already had a look at this compound as well. Come in, doesn't quite get connection. He's on his toes. I like that he's moving. Look, he gets down to his stomach here. He's trying to find a new position. He does crawl forward, picks up the shield. He's trying to ensure that they kind of waste all their util. He'll burn as much as he can. Uses this window to look at one. Does block out the shots from the other. But at all times, we know he's waiting, listening, watching for that footsteps, though, on the snow. Looks back the other way, using the wall again to provide the cover. So he's isolating each one of the Fairy Tale players by himself. It is a 2 versus 1. And again, how long does this fight continue? It's phase number 1. We've gone for some time. As you mentioned, the longer it does, more likely we're going to see some teams maybe look at picking up some easy points.
Yeah, shield placement from Perfectix is good as well as it prevents nades, but that spray's a little bit better as he gets the knock on Kai, the player from Fairy Tail who opened up the door for them in the first place. Perfectix waiting for the peak. Oh, gets 19 damage off Kexa. Lucky he didn't full commit there. And this is a very difficult res now for Kexa to make. He needs to hit a headshot onto Perfectix to enable himself to make his way across. We'll try to smoke it out. One smoke goes. But can he make the mark? This is just... It's so difficult for Kexa to push across. And here comes Strong T. They're going to make their way into this one. And Kexa has been forced into cover. And now all of a sudden, it's a 3-way fight. And Artie is getting close to Kexa. If I'm Perfectix, I want Kexa to get pushed first. Don't be the first player to fire bullets. Oh, God. Oh, God.
I think exactly what he's trying to do as well. And you look at this compound, look, you're going to go, there's a guy in the free stack, right? It's definitely going to be there. But unfortunately, he's looking for the angles, he's looking for those little sort of toes that have run across that sort of snowmobile garage. But nice climb here from Strong T. They had a sniff at this compound before. They came back. They obviously went to go look elsewhere, and then they just made the decision, hey, guys, do you know what? Let's ruck up in here and crack in. They are stacking themselves up. There's one. Going to go for the fire, and the second doesn't quite get it. Art does tack his way. Fortescue moving his in. And eventually, the Conquerors, though, are the Strong T. Settle down, get the kettle along. They are pretty much, well, uncontended, should we say. No other teams really having a look at this one. We are still on phase number 1.
Yeah, Vorpal Swords have got rotating together. You've got Navi on the southeast side. That's a big shift. Jeez. The water taking up a huge chunk of the circle as Pod Samuel now sit pride center of place inside. But now look at all those teams that got to move. The Woo, Formulation, Faze, BBL, Primal, all need to get inside, and Vorpal Swords look like they might be getting very, very close to question mark here. But Mark, we've got Foot and Gaimin Gladiators going side by side, fender to fender, and Foot will get the kill on the Melman.
Yeah, we still might be able to get the res on here. NAVI, we see them rotate on the south quite a few times today. We'll keep clear. You're right. The Vorpal Sword team, they don't need to stretch in at the moment, but with a knock, might try and take the opportunity to push. Don't see any of them getting in the cars just yet. Keep an eye. Actually, I lie. There goes one. That may be a telltale sign. We're looking to get the crash in here. It's going to be full send here. Neighbor on the rock. Baku is going to land up here. Now going to continue to make the push. Nice instant res though. Spyro does get up and get the knock back on. So now they might have to still slightly, looks like question mark, going to try and launch as many nades as they can. They're going to try and halt this Vorpal Sword push. Doozy is already down. He's out. Compound to compound fighting again. Nice close, and Vorpal Sword done it really quick.
Yeah, but like the ending scene in Scarface, don't be surprised if PWD takes one of the question mark players down from the back. He's creeping and crawling his way this direction. Vorpal Swords, they want to go for the res, but question mark are trying to lock down the rest of the farm. Now, by mollying off that door, that allows PWD to fire the nade inside, because you know that Phil has to be on your side of the building, and Phil is there. He takes a lot of damage, but manages to climb up onto the cabinet, which will buy him some time. Another nade tossed inside, as Phil first needs to be so careful here, Mark, but PWD didn't manage to strike as he pushed aggressively from the south side of the compound. And now we've got a bit of a stalemate for a moment as that blue zone, PWD with the nade takes down Phil, and that clears the bungalow. Now you know the bungalow is clear. You can take that. You've surrounded question mark on all sides. Question mark now are the team that need to make a play here to survive.
Yep, need to get some points on the board. PWD, nice play. I think the call was to launch the blue zone nades, and he follows up. We see that all the time, sort of stack ups with that util. Nades go in, mollies go in, blue zone nade obviously finishes up, or vice versa. Blue zone nade first in, and then clear anyone up. You know they're taking damage. Unlike with the blue zone nade in first, you kind of expect them to be medding their way through. If they can't get out the building right, Gibson, they've got to med. If they're medding through it, they're not focusing on. You get a well-timed nade in there, you're going to get a nice kill like that, and there we go. We find the question mark down to a 2.
Besto, though, is one of the best in the business, and he's got a shotgun at the ready, so they're getting prepared for urban warfare here, as Gustav will deal with a pair a little bit off in the distance, but Besto is decapitated by Nabat, leaving it all down to Spyro. He's trapped in the corner. They know that he's here. He's getting stunned. That's a great one thrown in. The drop shot comes through from PWD, and Vorpal Swords win the battle for the compound. But let's jump up towards the cable car, where we've got Faze fighting against Fellas, and Fellas need to get into the circle. So you bring your teammate back, you get the res, and you try to make a move. But Fex, look, Fex wants to take this fight this direction, right? He's got the ghillie, he's gonna stand out on this hill, but he has a level 3 vest, and we know how much of a difference level 3 vests can have.
It's like Fex is taking the fight like the polar bears. He's pushing forward. Kino did get his boy back up and over the shoulder. Now he's going to launch a nade up and over the shoulder and onto the souls of Fex. He's going to go down. He's going to be visible if he can continue to crawl away. The second nade comes in, doesn't quite go. Correctly with a fakey smoke. I love it though, as they are now looking. Kino doesn't have the information, waiting potentially for those teams now to move in. Gustav trying to climb up high. He wants to try and stop this one. James going to again put some more smoke walls up here. And there we go. James gets one. Gustav store climbing. Gustav looking like he wants to try and end this one. He's going to expose them both. Got to be careful though, because we see Formulation Gaming. They've conquered some high terrain, and Strong T is not helping at all. Gustav, good play. Hasn't quite worked out the way, and Formulation Gaming stealing the show.
Yeah, Rust and Mars gone down. Fellas are out as they fall in 13th place, and Formulation Gaming can be the team to prevent Faze from making their way in, to prevent Faze from winning 5 out of the last 6 maps. Yes, you heard that right. That's how dominant they have been. Formulation Gaming in a good position to hold them out. The Wu are doing the same. Look, Techers drops to 13 HP, and there's James to get that knock, and there's Fex to get the knock onto Intense, and that'll be Fuzzface falling as well. And we bigged up Formulation Gaming, and it is Phase up time, because they are they're on form, they're hitting hard, and Clib will bring them back to reality for just a moment at least. Here comes Gustav to get ready to peek up over the ridge line. Clib had the nade in his hands, and down they fall. Faze will continue to fight. They'll get the res off, but how much damage have they sustained? Because look at this. You're going to have to make your way through Vorpal Swords, the Wu, Strong T, and GG to make your way into the circle. But look at this. Vorpal Swords and the Wu. Big crash coming through from that fight.
Yeah, they got their way down. Look at this Phase instantly reaction. They see the cars in front. They might even go for a full stop. We'll be able to use the train here. Gustav will launch down the blue zone. Nade, Strong T one side, Nabat in the middle. He goes down though. Actually towards GG. Grenades will claim though from the heart of Vorpal Sword. Going to be down and out. Strong T put another point on the board. PWD got to try and figure out what he does here. Now there's a lot of action though happening. Molodok though way on the outside. The final player. 2 kills for the team so far. The car is safe. He's going to try and get in. The Strong T looking like they want to get points on the board. This is what you get with Vikendi. It's the kind of like organized chaos, I feel like. But with the nades going down, every team working out what they can do. Strong T eager to try and melt the snow now. Here comes another nade. That's going to be hopefully a confirm, done and dusted, as it will go through. Doesn't quite get it this time. Phase on the other side, and there we go. It's a winner chicken dinner for them as Phase. He will pick up the final player though from Vorpal Sword. So 1 kill will go over towards our Strong T, and Phase have been chasing down these teams. They now work their way down the other side zone. Pulls back their way. They've got to be cautious because Strong T sitting and watching.
Yeah, Artie just peaks at the right time. There's a knock and a flush for Strong T. That leaves 2 players of Phase left alive, but they're inside Phase 4 blue, which can be a little bit of a trouble if you don't have the jammer pack. The zone shift again continues to keep water inside of it, as Pod Samlet still with pride of place. But Mark, how much longer can you retain the 2-2 split that they currently hold? Because you've got BBL, you've got NAVI, you've got Primal, you've got a wall of yellow just to your south as Alia takes down T-Bone with a quick spray. Gaimin Gladiators battling it out, but Uber will fall at the hands of 8C. And it's all down to Alya now against 3 members of Foot. He got his one, he got his point, but that might be all he leaves with, because Vard has a pinpoint location with that nade. And down they fall. We've hit the placement points.
We're in the placement points now. 8 teams now remain. Esports sometimes underestimated. We see, especially from a mid-game to close, Esports can be so strong. It's just sometimes getting into that kind of mid-game section. And like other teams, they want to sort of chip away at the zone. They want to control their area. You can see it now. Yes, they've lost T-Bone. They're going to hold here. They're going to wait for teams to come in. Faze are one of these teams now on the outside edge. But 4 kills on the board. Not too bad on the leaderboard. Can't take anything away from them anyway. So Foot Esports, though, they've got 16 kills so far. Beamy is hitting hard. They're very close, though. Vard and very close. 13 and 11. T-Bone, obviously, was driving his way forward. Massive amounts of damage for him. Unable to get those conversions across on the kills, but he's putting those assists on the board for the team.
Yeah, assists always pretty good as well, because it shows that you're helping with the team. You know, it's nice. I prefer getting kills, but look, at least if you're assisting your teammates, it ain't the worst thing to do, because in these competitive games, right, all that matters is points. Doesn't matter who's getting them, doesn't matter who's confirming them. Points are king. Now, Vard is sneaking his way up. Faze are still inside the blue, but for how much longer can Gustav sustain the damage that the zone will send his way? Sai is very careful that there's nobody inside the cave. You know, you got to watch this out, but like, I don't think that they know that Foot are actually moving their way. Foot don't need to bring the fight this way, but they're doing it, and I'm a fan.
Just off 1 med left. He's going to med before he goes. He's going to look in that box first as well. Oh, has he left it? No, he's got this one.
Is there a med? Is there a med? Oh, there's bandages.
He's close. He should get in. He'll get in. He's in there. Yeah, this is the fight which is surely next going to kick up. Foot are pretty close. Mortars are coming our way. Vard, he's going to pop over the top first. There's one. He's now going to continue to make that push forward. And, the barrage are just kind of a guesstimation, I feel like, from the team. Trying to pick out any teams maybe lurking in that forest.
Nade thrown. Airburst captures nothing this time around, but Vard has another nade at the ready. As you can see, they're under fire from the... Oh my god, Vard's nade gets the flush on the side. That's a good point on the board, but you got to be careful, because they're getting closer and closer. They really, really are, these mortar shells from the afar. And Gustav has made it into the zone now as well. And if he can continue moving south, he might just get himself a nice little home to play for a little bit, because Foot are fully locked in on this fight with Strong T.
Yeah, I think those mortars were just a bit of a guess. They work their way down. Looks like Pod, on the other hand, are fighting for win or die. I do see more and more of this kind of high terrain. Be very critical in that mid-game fight. You normally let it leave there. And there's Shiny Daz as he shines his way on the outside of the zone. BBL having to tinker toes around. Primal goes in the smoke out the other side, but Primal are waiting. BBL will find themselves in the placement point. It's 8 for them. And Pod, you'd expect him to get aggressive here. Looks like they might swap out the ghillie suits as Presenti clearly took Fexes, and Fexes took Presentes. Nice movement for them. They're looking to try and captivate Primal. I don't think they've seen Joxy on the other side. I think they're just listening to the sound cues here. And Dante does get the first one. Good nade. They'll come over the top. But yes, they didn't catch Joxy on the top. So it could be cautious for them. Strong team now have to fight with Bears. It's just other teams they have to try and deal with themselves. Stowe taking the fight on one side. The Bears are in the other, in the heart. Should be alright to try and get out here.
Fun fact, the Bears get logos on my stream. I don't know why. I put a little list of team logos at the bottom, just so I've got like a little database. And yeah, the Bears have logos now. Nice. As NAVI come on to play. Yeah, there was a bear playing for like Apollo the last night. As Leosh.
Whoa, let's go, Bear! Bears got one. Bear goes 2. Oh, let's go. Get those. I want a bear logo. I wonder how I've got a bear logo. I wonder what slot I need to put it into. Let us know.
I'll try and find out. I'll find out.
I've got a bear logo. That's definitely going in. Oh, nearly getting 2 as the Bears nearly put away strong team. That's not a strong enough team to try and deal with them. We are down to 7 teams, 21 players. Definitely teams leaking information. They are working their way down. NAVI been on the coast and we are leaving the water shore now. Big grab, big take back. Joxy, I think, knowing they can't hear anything, going to continue wrapping their way down. The hill that's giving NAVI the cover might be the downfall for them. Just need to figure out exactly where they are. Looks down. Diffix, though, doesn't allow the opportunity, but it's 1 and 2. NAVI, the question is, will they go full sends? That's a big nade, though, from Ferris right on top of him, but they didn't go for the flushes just yet.
Yeah, Primal are now going for the res and the wrap from Ferris, getting into a position where he can get body blocked. Well, I was going to say he was going to play in a position where he could try to get the res or at least use the down player for a body block in the fight, but that nade is a good one. And now you've got Eska to deal with up on top of the hill. As you can see, the smoke just about covering Primal, but here comes the drive-by attempt, and there's going to be damage done. There's the knock. Is there going to be a flush? No, there's not. NAVI eliminated by Primal as they now open up the south side of the zone for themselves. Presenti and the rest of Pod Samlet still in a great spot. They've got drops aplenty. Gustav still alive, but now win or die. Jekyll and Hyde, we saw, they won the first map of the day. The second map wasn't great. Can they do something in the third, or will it be that... Oh, almost probably, but that the problem that they have so much, they're just not being consistent.
No. Good aggressive stance, though. That's what I'm talking about. This is where Foot will like to try and come alive now. Disengage. They don't go aggressive. They put themselves back, knowing that the U2 is coming in. Win or die, need to figure out where exactly they've gone to. As they do play peekaboo over the top, it's going to give him the information required, and we'll launch some more nades. Beamy working his way a little bit further towards the action now. Let's see if Beamy can land a nade right on top of Leosh's head. He sees him. Nade does go back out. Leosh does react as he will work his way towards the outside edge of blue. But Inksy is already there. He's waiting for the push over himself. Does good shots, and Leosh somehow survives, but not with the secondary repeat. Here comes more nades, surely, as our launch from Win or Die doesn't get connection. Really unfortunate about that. P90 puts him down pretty quickly now. Final player, Win or Die, is going to go. Footy Sports should be able to get the res, and we've got 4 teams, 4 versus 4, v3v1.
Oh, Gustav's head has been revealed, so Itzy knows where Gustav is. But Gustav can still play the long game, right? Yes.
Interesting.
PUBG things. Presenti gets the knock onto Itzy as he gets with a nade distance and flushes it out with the P90. So that's happening towards the west. But look at this, Mark. Here come Primal as well. And Pod Samlet are pushing towards Foot. So Primal are securing the zone while Pod Samlet are dealing with their flank. Vard gets the knock on to Dante. And Pro player is Rocks. But he has got to be so careful because sometimes when you're prone, you're a sitting duck. But look at that spray. 2 members of Pod Samlet falling in the blink of an eye and pin that player that has been the linchpin for so much success that we've seen for Pod Samlet. Now needs to win against the 2 members of Foot and Primal who take him down. Shots to the rear, and it's now a 4v2v1. And Gustav has a chance. I'm not going to rule out another win for Faze here because Primal need to deal with Foot, and Foot usually take down players with them.
Yeah, it's going to be the case. He just needs to isolate that. Oh, and they have no idea he's here. Now they do. Now it's a 3v2v1. Stuff just needs a few more of them, but actually on the other side of the zone, it is going to maybe help him in the favour. It does get another one down, Foot going for it as well, but they've got to come off. Back, Beamy is down, back to Bolt. Vard needs to get a med on, but the smokes need to go out first. He's got another 3 to go. Primal are down to 2. They're technically 3, but that DBNO is not going to be coming back. So again, favouring Gustav. Primal will need to make a decision on which fight do they want to take here. And it looks like the MK is raining north.
This is as winnable as it comes for the 2 solos. Gustav gets himself another 2 kills on the board. That's 9 for Faze. and Primal with 2 players left alive, and they have pushed into 2 solos. So essentially, if Vard can do any real damage on the Primal here or stay alive, this is going to open up the door. But Gustav, there's another knock onto Elska, and it's a 1v1v1. And there is Vard in the open. Gustav, can you get the knock? Threading the tree branches. Step into cover, Gustav. You do not need to throw your life away because there is a shark in the water called Shiny Daz with the Groza with 40 bullets, but it don't matter because Gustav gets the kill, and there's the shark. Primal get the win, but Mark Faze in second again, and Gustav going nuclear.
Good stuff. You're a cheeky devil, mate. What a play. Look, he had to get his way in. Let's take the winner chicken in the first. He had to get his way in. Primal done bits. Nice control. They had the numbers at the end. They so nearly lost it, though. Obviously, Faze aggressive stance in. They had to deal with strong T. They had other actions up at the top there. But it does it that middle. Vikendi's becoming this kind of middle train where everyone goes for the high ground, and the survivor of it kind of lives out to fight another day. In the case of Faze, it wasn't, though. But Gustav had the IQ to stay alive. He worked his way in, he identified the players, and he knew when to take the fights, and more importantly, where to rotate. Good couple of kills at the end for him, put him on a nice 6, and put Faze in second place.
Yeah, massive credit to Primal, though. They made the decision to split their 2 players to go play as 2 solos, and it paid off, right? Yes, you lose one, but the wide flank paid trumps, and Primal take the win. But Mark, let's jump into a quick break before we turn back with Tego in a few minutes' time.
Fill him up another pot of blood. Then he throws the money on the bar. He never lets me keep the change. Fighting with the mirror, he's deranged. Why don't you smile? Why won't you smile? Asking me to play their favorite song. Play it so that they can sing along. Will they hear what I'm writing? I'll give them something more exciting. To make them smile, to make them smile. To make them smile, to make them smile. Says I never call or hang around. Thinks I've got another girl in town. Should've thrown it all away, or should've stayed another day. And she will smile, and she will smile, and she will smile, and she will smile. Why don't you smile? Why won't you smile? Why won't you smile? Why won't you smile?
It takes two to tango, but it takes 16 teams to tango as we go here for the final time in this week's VIKÜRVI Cup flight path from 10, making its way down to about 5, a northwest to southeast flight path finishing just between Studio and Ohyang. And with the map or the flight circle having to touch the flight path mark, again, everything is on the cards with a flight path like this, except for a finish just north of airport.
Be a push to get airport. Yes, you're right. I do like this plane path. It does favour that south to south west area, but as it stands, expectations are it's going to go fishing camp in the middle. We saw Hosando yesterday. That was not a bad game, quite aggressive question mark. That was kind of their game. They sort of turned up, and they have been climbing their way up the leaderboard. But there is a lot to go. Faze, they are starting to get a little bit of a gap. Let's see what Win or Die can do to answer. Twisted Mind still in third. Pod are in fourth as GG will take fifth. So very different though from game number 1 and 2, where GG and Navi, sorry, day 1, day 2, they're on the right hand side of that leaderboard. They've clawed their way over here.
Look at the total points, right? FaZe Clan with 67 kills. Win or Die and Twisted Minds both have more than them. But FaZe Clan have been dominating the late games. They've been there so often. And remember, they weren't really in the picture, Mark, were they, at the end of day 1? It was all the back end of yesterday and the start of today where we have seen them really excel.
I definitely feel like it's a Navi team which is looking good at the moment. And working their way in. Obviously, let's not take anything. There's no Ascend in this one this week, so they normally have to clash here. And actually, Ascend sometimes got the win, sometimes Navi got the win. That does mean they had the opportunity to get more points on the board, but Navi consistently looking pretty good. You can't argue with that. They have to work their way in. Zone itself, though, it is kind of in the same sort of area as Hosan. We do know it likes to push up towards that top side, whether it goes towards Levante on that sort of recliner area, or we go again towards Hosan. I worry if Hosan remains in, we're going to see a lot more teams survive for a lot longer. But for now, question mark, be looking at this one there, be happy. BBL also will be happy as well. James, that's only rotation from him. He's pushed his way in towards that zone.
James is always a player that's going to be on the pulse of the game, though, right? He's been playing competitive PUBG for a long time, so he'll rotate early. But let's have a look at the NAVI stats at the minute, right? Defex is dominating. 18 kills for his team. 12 for Hakatori, Sosed with 10, Ferris with 9. And what that tells you is that the way they're playing, Defex is the over-aggressor on the team. He's the one that's got the leash off. The rest of the team back him up. Well, I love that Ferris, right? The fact that Ferris, as the IGL, has such high damage and plenty of kills as well. The fact that he is leading this team, you know, making decisions on the fly and doing all of the hard work and feeding in with a kill feed says a lot about Ferris' stability. And I am a fan of Ferris. Again, this is a young Navi team, and as the IGL for it, it's a lot of pressure, but I think he will continue to grow in 2024.
Yeah, different game style, different game plan. Different worth noting, Diffix is like 11th on the kill leaderboard as well. There are people with some crazy numbers on so far. Fairy Tale trying to get Jedrock Stone, but with a single tap, the AK doesn't quite get the connection. Now he's going to click that mini, maybe in time to get at least some damage on. But it looks like Will or Die, they want this position and they're willing to take it. And god damn it, they put down Fairy Tale quick.
Jedrox is so good as well, isn't he? Like, he pops off sometimes and he wins these fights. There's a kill on the board for Win or Die and a compound secured in the early stages. But I'm looking around the map, Mark, and with that zone, we've seen this circle a lot. You and I have casted a lot of circles around this part of the map. This is really a case of the early bird gets the worm, because this is probably this part of the map where it feels like compounds take a higher value than the terrain, and the teams that take those compounds early benefit, because usually if you go further north in Tego, it's the terrain that wins.
Yeah,
I feel like we are definitely in compound territory.
Yeah, there's some really great compound spots in here. Depending on where that sort of zone goes, we mentioned the recliner. That's going to be a strong compound on that corner spot. We've got a lot of data around. It ends close to the water, like that sort of Everest. We know it likes to play back towards the river quite a bit as well. So again, we'll continue. I think these teams will captivate that into their decision making on the rotation. But it is a map of rotations here. Vorpal Swords 2-2 split. They might be able to push the Woo across towards the other two. PWD and Razor will be there watching and waiting. I do like it though, because teams are getting more and more used to this, and then how to rotate, where to go, how to get the high ground. The longer we have this map, the more we're going to see it. But the compounds have been taken already. Woo's looking for a new home.
I think that the Woo will get into the north section of Hosan, but the problem is when you get there, Mark, it's getting out. You and I think we agree on this. You don't want to commit to towns and cities too soon. But if the Woo can contain the edge of the town, they'll be doing okay. Because I feel like the apartments at the north are a little bit separate to the rest. You know, it feels like its own little compound as opposed to a greater part of Hosan itself. So it's a good position for the Woo to play if they stick there.
And this is where Faze won yesterday from. So Faze held this location. We saw the push coming through. Question Mark got caught by them. They then focus on Twisted Minds. I really like what Twisted Minds done. They're on the other side, kind of a little bit further back on the camera, but they moved to sort of where that blue smoke is. There's a little mound a little bit closer. So they knew they had to try and play as best they could, but they couldn't stop Faze. Faze played this compound. They denied Hosan the opportunity to go up. BBL were here pretty much most of the time as well. GG worked their way in. It was pretty scrappy. I wouldn't be surprised that we might not see Hosan again sort of favour some of these zones, but the question is for how long now, whether we have that all the way to the end or whether we see it work out. I remember that update. That was a good one.
There's been some pretty good updates though, hasn't there? Like, I think PUBG have done a great job, not only in adding new things, but when they add something and it's a little bit overpowered or a little bit detrimental, they change it and fix it pretty quickly. I think I'll give Crafton and the devs a lot of credit here. I like the direction the game is going.
Yeah, it's very, very speed. It's they listen, they put things out, they know something is key, and then it's like, oh, that's a bit too OP. We need to try and focus back and draw it back in. I like how the delaying. I can kind of see Rondo maybe. I think Rondo will be destined to esports, but it won't be this side of the year. I think it'll be the second half of the year. I've got questions around all of the gizmos and gadgets that Rondo has. I would love to see those flare cover coming into esports. I think there are certain things that come in that just work. The shield just works for esports. The cover could be another shield. It's just a different option for it.
I am excited, right, to see if we get to a world where cover has started to use hyper aggressively. Like, if you know that where a team is, do you use that cover to bring the fight to them, or do you use it more defensively? I think, you know what the best thing is? As, you know, casters who cover scrims, these are the first places to find out, because this is where a lot of that stuff will get tested once it makes it to the esports scene.
I just want to see someone throw a flare and squish a team, because that'd be amazing.
That's what I want. That's what I wanted to say. Like, imagine if it was like a smoke canister you threw instead of a flare.
Yeah.
Like, just throw it right on top of somebody's toes.
It would be mad. Obviously, we'll get knocked. Strong Tito looking to avoid to be knocked at the moment, but they've got foot one side. So they do work their way in. They are using the train to their advantage. So we'll go up and over the field. And, most compounds taken. Faze looking to go in towards Hosam. The Wu have spread out, actually. So they've gone for this kind of 2-2, really holding out that sort of east side of this area. Most teams are in, 62 alive. So we've lost a couple. Not too many, though. And we're going to have to wait for this next zone to pop. A lot of opportunity, a lot of plays. There's a lot of differences within the IGL decision-making here where this zone's going to go.
Yeah, everybody's in the circle too, which is nice to see at this early stages. Normally, there's a team at the edge, you know, just waiting to see where it shifts. But I think, again, because of the circle and because of the fact it's so compound-focused, teams are trying to make decisions very early. The zone shift comes through, and I'm looking at maybe the likes of Vorpal Swords and Pod Samlet to take advantage of this, because they were already on the road when the zone shifted, and they might be able to leapfrog a lot of these edge teams now into those superior positions. Look, Faze, they're getting on the move nice and early as well. They like what they have seen, so they have moved the vehicles into very defensive positions. I thought they were leaving, but I'm old. I'm an old man. They're getting the car safe, but it's such a good compound, right, Mark? If you bring us out the camera again and do a nice little pan around this position, this is a great spot. It's the only place that's difficult for Faze to defend is the top of that hill. Everywhere else, they have got that natural barrier that is a hill that makes it difficult to push. So unless somebody tries to take them from the top of that hill, they should be in a very dominant position against any team that push their way.
Yeah, it's about to say there's another compound over as well. So we see teams sort of hold that sort of high ground. They can hide themselves in. The trees provide enough cover. They can't be clean seen. But it's very hard. If a team wants to commit to Faze, they've got to commit. Logic is they come through the trees and down, and Faze will be ready for that. A very open train push from that northeast corner is unlikely. Like Fairy Tail's position as well, a lot of open train for them. GG's with a 2-2. I think they're just ensuring teams don't come in. The Clib's trying to take a shot back, I believe, at GG, taking advantage of that open train. I know this map has come under a little bit of scrutiny, should we say, about how open it is for the rotations, but I really like it. You go from being this sort of cover of trees to open rice fields, open plains. You've got to think about this, and this is where we love the IGLs. They've all got their own rotation paths. They've got their own options to try and get in. It looks good. Sometimes you get caught here. Ante is down, and here's Reservoir. Just depends if the guys want to come back for it.
Well, Rox has gone down and Dante's gone down, so maybe pushing back for that res isn't going to be on the plan at all. A doozy picks up the point for question mark now, and I think Presenti is probably happy with where he is. He's not going to go back and try to get his teammates. He's already locked in on this shack. Again, you're in a shack like this, there's a car outside, everybody knows that there's probably a solo playing inside it, but everyone else that's around it already have compound secured. There's Face getting dropped as he makes his way past Primal, your winners of the last map. There's another point down the board. But that zone shift, Mark, it's not the worst in the world. I'm curious to see where the next pop goes, though, because if this goes south out of Hosan, there'll be fireworks.
I don't know. I think Hosan will hold for a while. I think Faze in a really good position. I mentioned that before. Senti, I think, will hold on for a while. I think teams like the Fellas would want it to try and play back to that score. Personally, I've not seen a school ending. I've seen these kind of zones push back up to that sort of north to northeast. The danger is we have a lot of teams there already. So Primal been lurking on the outside. They've picked up Formation Gaming. Looks like GG going to try and defend their compound as best they can. Recently, though, especially with Uber here, the single shots, I've seen teams react very quickly now to single shots out of the compound, so Levante needs to get on it as well, because if Primal think it's only one person here, they might turn. It does go down. School is still held on, and we just about hold on to Hosan, so it does push back to Faze.
Barely, but the Wu need to move. Like, they're outside the zone, as do Foot and NAVI. NAVI, if you want to rotate into the zone, trying to hit maneuver your teammates is not the best idea in the world. But they're sending it towards the center of the zone right now. They've gone past One or Die. They're going up onto that hill that we spoke about a little bit earlier, that Foot were playing not so long ago. And they're probably surprised that there's not more presence. There we go. Defix has just spotted out Twisted Minds. Or has he? Oh my god, Besto. I don't think he has yet, but Besto's just taken out 2 members of Primal as the vehicle explodes, and that should be another kill. But BBL stealing the kill away and calling in an E-pickup at the same time, but I don't think they're taking it.
No, they've not taken it. Not taking it. It's like NAVI do get on the guns, though. They are going back that way. This is all rotation at the moment. A lot of teams having to work their way around. They need to get the camera outside of the tree, so Foot will go in the trees to try and dodge the cover. They're going to come up in. This is where I thought NAVI were going to pause. This little dip here. We see a lot of teams play it. Good to see. Back to the fight, though, on the inside. The Wu leaving Hosan. It's a good shout for them. BBL, they are here as well. They're going to try and deal with it. He's getting out, but that car is not going to have the momentum or the speed to get going, so the Wu going to be able to pick up that. That's kind of the 2 teams fighting out of Hosan. 14 teams remain. Vorpal Swords takes their time as well. Last little move from the Fellas. They go for a 2-2 split, and no one's really there contesting him at all.
Yeah, man, I love the patience that Vorpal Swords play with when they need to, and then the aggression that they turn up when it's called for. They've seen the circle. They knew their best bet was to take the fight. They've picked up the points. I really enjoy Vorpal Swords, but let's turn our attention to a doozy who will attempt to wipe out Primal with a nade, but it's very short. The second one is a lot better, but Primal are sprinting it around. Can you get inside the shack? Can you make it in the door, NAVI? Yes, you can. But look at this now. Foot have left Hosan. They're looking down towards Faze. Batulin's now trying to get a knock to Vorpal Swords, but he's going to get tagged, and the blue zone will start pressing pressure his way. So Said is knocked. Molodoct is going to get knocked here as well, and Quizzy with the Dragonov is trying to capture one of these members of BBL as they look to make their way into the zone as well. Dimmy needs to be careful because Quizzy has him locked in.
He has no idea he's there. Peekaboo, I see you. Another point on the board. That'd be number 2 there for the Wu. They are working their way in. Really split though, unfortunate. They are trying to get in, and some teams already there. Vorpal Sword took their time, as we said, to come in. They're able to get some shots back towards Batulin's, but he's still causing them some issues, and there goes that south shift again. We are leaving Hosan. Faze now on the outside. NAVI on the outside edge. A few more teams on the other side of the zone that didn't have to make the bigger commitment this last time. They now have to make the big commitment this time.
Question Mark will look to make their way into the zone now, as well as their rice fields are no longer in place. Well, you know that there's more than likely a player in the shack, so you want to deal with that one first before you make your way inside. Faze now on the outside of the zone looking in. Foot will rotate past GG. Bit of damage done from Alia on the first way past, an 8C will fall. Foot will continue to rotate in, and they might now end up going towards one of those members of Primal. No, it's this little valley. I actually like this valley that they've pulled up into, Mark. It's not a bad position. Yes, there's better, but considering the circle we have... Oh my god, Vigedrox is a good angle. Yeah, you got to reverse a little bit, T-Bone, to make that work.
So I say this is the compound that's dangerous for that little area. You normally see it. You normally see cars parked up, obviously with the speed which Foot had to get in there. And no wonder why they had to be a little bit more reactive. Now, the open ground push, though, is coming towards Faze. This is where we're going to see teams have to work. Now, the danger for Faze is Vorpal Sword able to get pretty much on top of them as they are down that sort of bottom section. Looks like Twisted Minds now trying to work their way in as well. But Strong Team will say goodbye. They're going to roll. Vorpal Swords, they are getting right underneath Faze, and the other two are moving around. Like, as a two, you surely can't push them here. It's a get in the car and go.
I agree with you, Mark, 100% on this one. But look now, there's the FAMAS. Vorpal Swords firing towards the Wu as they rotate past as well. Razor's got a P90 as well. Like, Vorpal Swords are really kitted out here. Nixie just about making it towards the edge of the zone, Mark. But I think that Nixie will pop the first aid. Phase 4. It's a difficult rotate into the circle now for him with 53 seconds until that pops. But look at Twisted Minds. They're sneaking in onto the flank of FaZe Clan as well, and that could be a problem for FaZe as Batulins hits 31 damage. 64, one more.
Yeah, but look at the reaction of the rest of the team already here. So they're coming in behind FaZe. If they stop in the valley, which we know these sort of positions are, this is what you're going to give you. They're not going to have time. They're going to be looking at sort of Batalions and hearing the cars rotate in. They need to get pretty quick. It's not going to be long before we see Example come over. Fex down to one shot. He's down. Crixie's looking his way back here. But Twisted Minds, good rotation, good pressure, and nice movement timing from them to follow multiple teams in towards this northeast corner.
Yeah, a lot of these teams under a heavy pressure now to survive. James will drop as the blue zone, along with some damage from Twisted Minds, take him down. FaZe Clan getting picked apart on their way inside. Vorpal Swords now PWD taking some damage, but Gustav and Corexi, right? I don't think Gustav is resable. I'm just being honest. I'll be surprised if he's picked up. Fellas as well, Michael's going to scout. You know, he's not stopping here because he thinks it's a good spot. No, he's having a look to see where the rest of his team can move. Levante on the north side of the zone gets the knock onto Nabat, and Kino actually, he's trying to decide where to play. FaZe Clan eliminated, so their reign of terror has been ended, and it is Twisted Minds, Mark, that managed to get their flank and take them down. Oh, no, poor Kino.
He's on his own grenade! He's on his own grenade! Oh my god, no, that is not what Kino wanted to do. He threw it over the top, hoping Navi was going to crash that side, and yet he goes and puts his own foot onto it. Here comes more Util. Ristamar on top of a grenade as well. P90 does well. Get away from the nade. Ristamar is able to get enough away. Kino, really unfortunate. Will die looking to try and cause the damage as well. I think Kino is going to be laughing in party. It's the only way to deal with that, unfortunately.
Where's the Benny Hill music when you need it? Oh, Rustenmar is there as he takes that position. Defex is still alive here for Navi, but their disappointing VIKÜRVI Cup so far will continue. That'll be Rustamar coming under pressure from a few nades, but will survive the onslaught from Win or Die. And again, Win or Die, they're not outside of reaching or catching FaZe Clan this map either. There's like a 20-point gap. They could close that if they take a win here with its position on the edge of the zone. GG and Vorpal Swords. Melman. This is why Shacks are a terrifying thing to play, but look at that cover coming in from Razor as he finds that knock. And they might actually get all these reses off here as well, Vorpal Swords.
I don't know if Twisted Mind's got anything to do with it. They are on the play themselves. Only going to be under pressure. I don't quite know where to go with that nade. Does throw it straight in. I might go for it as well. Not quite the case. And I don't think Diffix, I thought he might be pushing his way in. He hasn't just yet. Wanna Die. They're looking to be aggressive now, and they're kind of leaving the compound one side and then the other, trying to get eyesight in towards the bowl. It's kind of a bowl versus bowl fight. Good nade, though. Example, hosting that towards Alia. And Vorpal Swords are back for Strong again, able to leave the safety of the shack, as no one else can really get to him. Will or Die causing them huge problems, and now with Will or Die going, I thought it was going to allow Fix in, but with Hello My Bad there, you wouldn't leave here. You're in zone, you know he's outside the zone, you've got plenty of time. Let him suffer to the blue. Navi will go, he's going to read the kill feed, see someone goes on the blue, and Hello My Bad might get shifting back. Look, I love that the guys are getting aggressive on it. I really like where Batalian's place. He's backed up now. He's put himself up against the base of this little hill. He knows it's going to be very difficult for Will or Die to sort of play peekaboo over the top.
Yeah, Leosh though throwing good nades towards Perfectix. Vorpal Swords, they have 3 people back on their feet, but Filfer's doing a lot of damage. Look at that, win or die with that nade onto Perfectix. Takes down Example as well, as they're just doing so much damage. But again, it's Batulans that will look to lock them out as they make their way into the zone. Fellas, they're getting a res off as well towards the south, but Primal Elska, who limped into the shack a little while earlier, is trying to hold it against Iro. There's the blue zone nade, but Elska, with the jammer pack, with the fact that you can first aid through the blue zone, will be... Look, what? 1 damage, Mark. 1. Just a singular put there. That nade's a bit better.
Nice reaction. Really good reaction. Good timing. Now the zone shifts back. Vorpal Swords, they are like on the front line, receiving huge amounts of pressure from multiple teams. Now open field terrain. Welcome to Tago. Teams having to play pretty rough spots now. Fellas down some numbers as well. Question mark took their time to come in. Massive car fortification here. I think Spyro parked all of these by himself. Fairy Tail needs to get moving. The cars are on flames. A bit of mobile cover on the go. As I said, Fairy Tail have to come in. They've got a nice little bowl as well, but it's going to be down towards foot. They're going to be happy. They've got to keep their tippy toes on point now. Eventually, these teams will have a look over the top, and that will cause them some issues.
I think this is the one section of the map that needs a little bit of tweaking to make the terrain more player-friendly. PWD takes down Batulans as Vorpal Swords turn their attention to Twisted Minds. PWD will step back into cover, get the first aid off once more, but Twisted Minds really in a difficult spot because you have Win or Die pulling up right behind you as well. And oh, that blue zone, though, you got to move a little bit deeper to get inside the zone. Win or Die grab themselves some rocks. Foot still playing this hill, but you've got Fairy Tail now extending in this direction. Zubula inside the smoke. This is a tricky spot. PWD takes down Leosh and... Well, another player, I'm not saying that player's name, nor are you, Marcus. Back, I'm going to call it Back, will get dropped here too. And Win or Die need to regroup and get players back on the feet. But this is Bedlam.
Yeah, that car moving is never going to help. So he was using his bit of cover. That smoke will be all right. The free push here, but he's back into the corner. Quite dangerous. Let's go into the safety. We'll launch out. Hands up. He's only got the 1 gun now. Spyro runs straight through a stream of 556. Going to try and hit that tree with the molly. Doesn't quite get it, but does get the connection.
Oh.
Spyro needs to get something on quickly, but he's not going to do that. Molly does the damage. The nade does go past him. Question mark don't fall onto it, but they do clear it. Fellas will take 6th place now. 5 teams remain, and Winner will die making the push. I think these guys have been sprung really tight. Either side, they've been looking to try and take out a team. Let's try and go down to the south, pushing the Twisted Minds in north. It didn't quite work out. 5 kills for them. And they do have question mark split.
Yeah, back-to-back top 5 from Win or Die. This is the consistency we want to see. This is what they're capable of as they wipe down Foot as well as Hello My Bad takes down another player. It's a 3v3v3v3. Question mark are regrouping though as they try to get everybody back on their feet. But Win or Die are in a good spot. Vorpal Swords need to get into the zone. Fairy Tail, they have been given a little bit of breathing room with Win or Die taking down Foot. But again, in a scenario like this, it is very difficult to call who could potentially get the win. Win or Die need to deal with question mark though, because they're the biggest problem you have right now. The other 2 teams can fight each other for now. You focus on question mark. Nice stun grade. Hello My Bad, you need to be quick, but there's Zubula getting the knock onto Hello My Bad. A doozy takes down Get Rocks, and Win or Die. Well, it might be Die this time around. The blue zone spreading this direction, but question mark granted a huge bit of assistance from Fairy Tail.
No. Again, blessed. Fairy Tail might be getting the answer they want. Maybat though is going to try and stop it. I think Vorpal Sword on Rags. They've had an opportunity to run through some loot though. Zubla is making the push towards him, but the nades are coming over the top. It's a 3 versus 3, 2 versus 2. Question mark will get that confirmed. Done. It's still going backwards and forward. Best is down now for them. Back towards that Fairy Tail push. Here comes the Flash. That is all the util now spent. PWD is backed away, so they are split here. Vorpal Swords. It's going to make a very difficult opportunity for them to push. The only advantage they got is if Fairy Tail get caught up in fighting other teams. It might be the case. PWD, has he got any meds? He's not medded, so he's got no meds. He's got no lids. That's it, done.
Yeah, he's knocked. Good night. Still one member of Winner. No members of Winner Die left alive as Nabat will get that one. Vorpal Swords up to 9 kills now, but Nabat has got 6 other players alive who would love to take him down. Question Mark and Fairy Tail looking pretty good. Besto will get his head decapitated by Nabat with a good spray, but here comes reinforcements. He's not going to get that one onto Spyro though, who will rush for the res, and Fairy Tail surely know that they're in a 1 versus 3. The job right now that Aduzi has to keep his teammates safe while he goes for the res is huge, but the smoke grenade is a signal to throw these nades this direction, but the first one misses, Mark.
Yeah, it's a good shout as well. They put the smoke into the middle. They wanted to get across here, but they haven't really extended. They've got the middle train. Just wait. That's a big mistake, I think, for Fairy Tail. Brightside does have the AWM. Question Mark have now got the numbers. They are now going to try and conquer the centre dot away from the teams. That will be pretty much confirmed out. Let's see if Brightside can move his way around. Is he going for the res? GG's if he gets it. Smoke might provide the cover, but Question Mark going to move their way through. Fairy Tail need to provide the cover. It might be back to a 3 versus 3. He's not going to go for it. He has tucked himself back in. He came off, and that got to be milliseconds away from getting him back up.
Oh, that could have been the game there. We have to wait and see as he's going to attempt it again. But Mark, he was so close. Kexa needs to provide that cover though. He's the player that has to enable this res. Besto, he went for a prone scout, and Fairy Tail are back in the game. The smoke will dissipate. Kexa will decapitate, and all of a sudden they're in a 3 versus 2 as it's Besto and Spyro still standing. Spyro's vest is gone. His helmet has been all but destroyed, but Besto is a problem. He's prone in the grass. Brightside is just to his right. He spots him out. He sprays him down. And it's back to a 2v2. Zubila is low. And Mark, it is very difficult to call between these two teams. But here comes a Spyro. Spots out Kexa. But it's won by Fairy Tail.
Jeez. God, that was rough. I'm not going to lie. Fairy Tail could have done that a lot cleaner. Let's not forget, they had the compound, so not as warm as some of the other teams working their way in. Question Mark was difficult. But they cut themselves to second place.
Look at the background. This is horrifying. Do you see what I see behind the scoreboard? That is
the heart and soul. The heart and soul of the team. Fairy Tail, not going to get that chicken dinner though. Good shout for them. Winner chicken dinner. And unfortunately, it does mean you only now see me. Because Gibson Cast does need to shoot, he's literally 1 foot out the door, wanted to continue casting. So if you haven't already, give this amazing Irishman a follow. Any closing statements before you run from us, Gibson?
No, it's been a lot of fun. I think Faze Clan have really turned up this last 2 days. If you're a Faze fan, and I know there's a lot of them, this is very positive. But for me, look, there's a lot of people who will always big up the big names. I'm going to go out and say it. I am so impressed by Win or Die. I think that consistency has been a problem. They have been consistent yesterday and tonight. Yeah. I want to see them carry that on because I love seeing potential be filled. So keep an eye on Win or Die for the last 2 maps for me and let me know how they do.
I will do. I'm going to die. I'm going to work their way. We've got final 2 maps, though. We'll say goodbye to Gibson. For now, we'll take a quick break. And when we come back, we're going back to the OG Erangel. I'll see you guys in a few.
Beat me up, I've had enough of humans. I don't even come from extraterrestrial. I've been someone died in stratosphere. Guess they fear what they don't understand. I've had enough of this land, so take me up. I said just take me up. If it comes to me and you just trust me, I don't give a fuck. I will smash you into smithereens. I got you to the dust.
I can't stand the tears, it's just making me cry. Didn't know I was with. Didn't know I was with.
Fill 'em up another pot of blood. Then he throws the money on the bar. He never lets me keep the change. Fighting with the mirror, he's deranged.
Welcome to Update 27.2, where the wild ride of even more Rondo features await. Gather BR coins to purchase your necessities, summon cover from the sky, complete in-game missions, and protect your devices in the EMP zone. First, let's start off with the market. Gather BR coins that are scattered throughout the map, and make sure your wallet's bulky enough to embark on a new shopping spree experience. We've got 3 types of markets, from the pretty nice grade 1 to the holy moly grade 3. Beware though, the best markets are protected by guards who clearly take their job seriously. Stumble upon a market and open up a page of categories. Choose from the item shop, the weapons dealer, no questions asked, the garage for your own special edition bulletproof pillar UAZ, or the random item option for those who like to live on the edge. Remember, your hard-earned BR coins are your golden ticket to all the goods you'll ever hope for. And if entrepreneurial, you can sell off some of your inventory stuff for more coins. Next up, it's time to take a look at the sky. Nope, not for inspiration, but for the emergency cover flare. Give it a try and watch as cover starts magically dropping from above. Not realistic enough? Trust me, no one's got time to question its origins when you're in the middle of a fight. On top of that, we also have in-game missions that'll add to your burden of having to remain as a lone survivor out of 100. Just kidding, they'll help you, tons. Complete missions that show up at the beginning of the match and automatically earn in-game items as rewards. And that's not it, there's more. A new disturbance in the sky brings the EMP zone, turning electronics
Let's go. Gibson, thank you very much for jumping in, mate. And obviously off to do some football. And we'll see him again, hopefully, a little bit later on, if not next week. Final 2 games, quite sad. But it is on Erangel, my favourite map. And I do like ending events on Erangel. I think I'm getting word that this event is running again, I believe, next week. So I will try and get some information of who the teams are that are getting locked in. But for now, a southwest up towards the northeast, through the middle. No real crazy flight paths actually today. I feel like I might just jinx that. But we'll wait and see. Anyway, playing give or take done. The question mark going early. Primal the same. God, Strong Tea and Fairy Tale going to go at it again. Fairy Tale coming off a chicken dinner. They might have a bit more confidence, but if Strong Tea able to extinguish that, that can be quite dangerous. Faze go for the cars. They will try and work their way in as well, potentially to that mill to power. GG, good position. No change for Formation Gaming. BBL going to try and scrabble for the vehicles as well up by the flats. The Woo will get Yaz clean. Navi go for Stauber. No change there from the guys. Looks like Strong T do get 2 of the Fairy Tales down. Let's just jump in towards the action. Come back to leaderboards. And it's not great, though, when you come off a chicken dinner and you are still contending for drop spots. Fairy Tale. Down to 2. Nate is cooked. We're looking for the other 2. Nate does go out. Does cause the splash damage. Doesn't quite get enough needed. More shots will come in. There's no vest, though. Needs to be cautious. Let's catch one. Art down by himself. Initial shot's not quite getting the connection. No, he does go for a repeat himself. Super though, trying to get the cross. Doesn't quite get the connections. Now we need to look back. Now see the player. There's 1 peak. That's 2nd peak. 3rd peak should be confirmed. It is done. Knows the push is coming. He goes aggressive. He goes shotgun. He's got nothing left and he jumps over. Oh, what a mistake. Zoo. If he had another couple more shots, he might not have played it. Here comes the mortar strike though. Coming in. There'll be a quick kill confirmed. Surely. But it's coming down. It's, you can't fault it. We know the teams are going to do it. Zone those strips up very on that east-hand side. That's going to be a bit of a difficult one for these teams. Let's chat GG. I think I've given enough coverage, though. Gaimin Gladiators. 15 kills, though. Look at that for Uber. 19 kills, Vante. He's up there. Alias sharing with 19 kills as well. Pretty much all of them on 3k damage. Melwin, though, doesn't. Just shy of the 3k, 2-6. Just hasn't been able to convert those kills to points. He has been putting a lot of damage on those, so I think there's been a lot of steals for him. 8 assists though, massively helping out that team and putting huge amounts of pressure on for GG. So do like it. They got that middle zone drop. They'll be looking for that rotation out as they will get going towards the zone. As I said before, that zone is a very difficult one. It is on that outside edge, and remember, if you saw the flight path come down all the way through, it just kind of really just crest that flight path. It's going to really favour the Woo. Faze did get the cars. They are pushing over towards Milta. I can't see him extending over too quickly. I think they need to get some loot and then go. GG to be the same. Formation Gaming looks like they're going for that kind of mini junkyard and a Hall of Fame. Maybe they go towards Shelter. E-pick up on the way for them. Quite a few teams on the outside. Bruno Drive, they've got a big extension to go. I know they are one team that myself and Gibson always do favour. We've seen them do well. We've seen them do bad. Do enjoy it when we see the team fighting out at the moment. Esports moving. Beamy first to go. Might cross over by Cube. And the rest of the teams need to get going. A bit of congestion though in the middle. It's GG. Get the vehicles. Have taken it away from Formation Gaming. And I think that's maybe stopped Formation Gaming moving up towards Shelter. But they'll be able to take the little mini junkyard compound here on a 2-2 split with Hall of Fame. Intense though is up at the top. He's going to be able to get a lot of information. Be cautious though. Anyone feels in the south, he will be spotted pretty quickly. But for now, he might get away with a few little knocks and steals. But we'll wait and see. Let's see who else moving. Oh, hello. He's wrapping round by. Easily takes some shots. Nothing really baits him in. He says that, but BBO are working around. There are 2 sets of shots, so if I say that would be the turn away. I think listening to the one single stream, BBR might have looked at that and gone, you know what? We can take the crash here, boys. We can get this one. But not now. Game number 5. It is our second from last on today. And, we do have one more after this one, so 6 games every single day. 10th line the shots up though on BBL. not going to be able to get it clean, but they are going to take potentially the compound just on the outside, or at least they put one in. Not clear on the communications. The three of them leave him, and they continue rolling. NAVI on the other side. They're working for that mansion. They've got the blues as well, and they've got two up in the high stack. Just holding over Lepovka. As I said, Faze won't rush too much. Vorpal Swords need to be careful because they have been caught a few times on the bridge camps going out. Question mark might be positioning themselves up. I don't know if they've got E pickup. Maybe not. They are getting back in the cars. They've got to get themselves rolling as well. Primal still haven't moved, and the foot still haven't moved either. So lots of extension to happen. But with an east zone, it's a well-rehearsed map. These teams will have that decision of where they want to go, where they want things to end up. That PBO, they eventually did go for a 2-2 split. Twisted Minds for a 2-2. Formation Gaming with a 2-2. It's like Uber and Levante's had a little bit of disagreement as we get kind of a 1-1-2. Again, more favouring towards that east-hand side. Pod now making their way in as well. Their driving Primal will be doing the same phase. I said they won't really leave that area. It's not too bad. It's this push now. Vorpal Swords going to make the play over from the bridge. And they are having a little scout. You can see PWD is looking over towards Milta. And Nabat is the one leading the charge. They did see the parachute, so there was no phase came to their side to maybe get the vehicles. We know Faze also would like to get the boat. And they'd like to go for a little cheeky boat rotate. People say they can now see Fex's car, so there'd be a straight mark there. Fex has been identified as a target. Nabat throws some shots at him, but be enough to get any damage on. James is just sort of on this south side, and he's just having a look back here where he wants to go, and maybe he wants to cut loose because Vorpal Sword might try to push in though. Looks like he makes the call. I need a pickup. I haven't got a car. And Vex does turn back, gets his boy, and him and James will maybe go a little bit higher up. Might even just try and take one of these compounds. These garage buildings really good to hold. We see a sort of 2-2. If not, continue to go up all the way. Even that right-hand side, that east-hand side of prison, arguably is a good spot. They will be seen by GG, and you see those two sort of hammer shots over farm, a bit of damage, but I think it'd be worth the take. And initially, it puts them more towards a centre position in towards the zone. Those teams will take out. There we are. Seen a few now crossover pass. I don't know if they've seen them. A strong T and Primal. They've seen it. They've definitely seen him now. I'm trying to work their way across, so they're eager to just keep an eye on them, make sure they work their way towards Primorsk. A normal rotation, you're going to see Primal. They're going to cross and then go up and over. Normal sort of rotate path here, and then you go up towards Potato Hill. They might be just trying to cut the corner off now. Make their way towards Chinky and up the hill. Question mark now takes School Flats. The Twisted Minds have moved away. Foot now in zone as well. So final two teams are looking to arrive. And Strong T, all the farm, all that crazy road. We had the zone pull back down towards Shelter. So have to wait and see how that goes. EU born region, China #1. Love it. I would never have guessed it with the name. I would never have guessed it with the name. I'd actually like to do some more APAC stuff, actually. I've been blessed to do one. I want to do more. I just don't know the Discord out there. I want to learn the teams. And lucky enough, I've got sabbatical, so I've got a whole month. I'm going to spend some time, I think, over in Esports World Cup. So I plan to go out there, if not to another one of the events. But then after that, I wouldn't mind taking the time and either doing more NA or maybe more APAC. I've done NA before. I've been blessed to do a bit of NA and don't really cover it enough. Gibson's kind of your guy for NA. I kind of do the EMEA scene. Again, I wouldn't mind taking the opportunity to get out. Nice little swap over though. Monodot gets off the back of the bike because he knows it's more likely to go down. Zone shifts up towards the north. They're going to take our heaven position now. Wait for these teams now to get shifting. We are seeing a potential drive-by. Strong T cross pass with Vorpal Swords. We're taking some shots back towards them. Faze going to continue to move. Try and get it. PWD unable to get that connection. Spray goes up. Trying to rely on those cars going a little bit slow up. It's going to be doing the same. The strong T now going to go across the open plains. Just down the east-hand side. Enable BBL. Smoke out as well. Just trying to look at this BBL are crossing over as well. Duncan needs to keep his car potentially all fours. That car's now gone, so he's really dead in the water. Has to get out. Needs some reinforcement back up from the team. Needs to pop a smoke as the car will pull up. Surely the last player is going to stop and go. That smoke's done, but he needs to turn around. He's down to a one shot, so the call for him to go, leave him be. I think he's really dead in the water now. Oh, playing up here. Taking the 2-stack. NAVI are in mansion, but over a 3-1 split. I might have to go. To continue working their way down. I don't know if actually knows how close. Strong T did get the pickup, so wait for that smoke to bloom. Do like the teamwork. Just got to get that shift now on the car. There was a few dips and crevices. And there, unfortunately, does save his boy, but his boy might not be looking to save him. They are now going full send. They're going in towards. Now they find NAVI are here. Ferris picks up Duncan, so he left his boy behind, and as a result, he goes down. Some would say that is justice. Zone can continue potentially to shift up. Now, Yaz has been taken by Pod. Foot go in, so obviously the rotate around that north side really does favour them. Sosa is going to be taking a fight now with Strong T. And we know it's very difficult to fight. This could be a good nade if he times it right. The car will pull up. Oh, nearly 1 HP. Kobe nade doesn't quite pull off, so has to get the med on. NAVI going to continue to apply the pressure. How much longer they want them to live there? Vorpal Swords just on the outside. No move here from Formulation Gaming. Twisted Minds the same. No move. Question mark on the inside. Primal just hold that south-southwest. Faze continuing to wrap their way around. They find themselves pretty much cleared on the east. That northeast of Lubhovka. Fellas moved their way down. They rotated in from Severny, and our win or die team all the way from North George up in towards that north side. More teams on the south section of zone. A few have already moved their way in. Strong T still surviving, as NAVI haven't quite pushed in. I think if they get knocked, they've got to take the opportunity now just to clear it, right? Question mark. Oh, lurking their way forward. Primal have decided to run themselves over, but lucky enough. Oh, reservoir, he would have said, but taking huge amounts of damage. The car will be dangerous to get going. There's another tire gone. Question marker just hammering it. It's going to be such a slow escape here. I don't know if Shiny Daz is going to get away with it. The zone shifts again. Does play up towards that sort of top. Yaz is clear. Pod we're looking to leave. It doesn't quite work out that way. Let's have a quick look at that leaderboard again before we move in. And Faze obviously our top spot here. Win or die, refusing to let them go as Clean Twisted Minds push themselves in towards third. Pod in fourth, and GG. They made their way now, but there's only a point between them and the fellas. It is first to fifth on the payout. NAVI don't need to extend over just yet. Let's catch up with some of these rotations. Question mark going to move their way through the open Yaz field. It's a pod work coming this way, but they move back pretty quickly. So no teams will move in. A doozy in the buggy. I think they have to go for a crash here. They move their way around. They're listening to the sounds of the cars, and they're listening to the gunshots. Perfectix, though, is the only guy. The car comes full send in. They are actually collapsing things in. Look at Twisted Minds. They lose one. Jump shot goes over towards the other side. And question mark, though. Getting these knocks. Oh, Pod get a knock as well. And the final player for them is Example. And that's going to be a see you later. We'll give you away that compound now. As the team's going to move in. Please take that corner section as well. Formulation Gaming does get checkers. I wonder if Deuce is going to find this kill. Perfectix though out on the other side. But I have to wait and see. Primal are rotating their way in as well. Where they want to go. 360 spin on the bike. Pff, disgusting, Jogsy. Dangerous player. There as well. One more. He gets it as well. Jogsy is down. They'll be reading that kill feed. They know that he is a solo ranger. But, for example, he needs to move into zone. Arguably, just make the play. You've got nothing else to lose. You're going to maybe put a few more points on the board. Or a point on the board. At least for this one. Formation Gaming now rotating their way around. Vorpal Swords underneath their pressure. They're going to come out behind this as well. Team still yet to come in. Formation Gaming just hold on the outside. I think they're looking at the smoke on the other side. Shotgun, Templar, Taser, Templar, aka Fuzzface. Takes a bit of heat, but I think they're looking back now. They know Vorpal Sword needs to get in. Vorpal Sword see the smoke, they see the cars, they opt to go the other way. Twisted Minds does go down, and that is towards Primal. No push from NAVI. Others have collapsed their way over. Vorpal Sword looking to punish though. Formation Gaming. They do get down. He might be able to. He's Reservoir. Surely he's phase 3. Let's get him in the car and get him going. Boys need to get moving. Look at this though. Baku though is trying to get in front of him. He's going to get himself in front of the zone now. And maybe pick up, try and deal with them. Fuzzface goes down. There's one. He can look for another 2. BBL gets involved. Moves the car a little bit further into the dip. He does. He's going to move in. Formation Gaming down towards Clear. They're in a bad spot. They're down as well. Tekka's final player. He's going to have to try and move his way through. He's going to dodge potentially the shots from VS. Straight through the middle. Tekka's going to maybe hunker down where that car's going to go, but unable to get there. BBL will claim. This is kind of that solo position. Prey. Zone comes back there. The Woo will hold out. Heaven is the place to be. I can't imagine him getting huge amounts of kills. Let's wait for the Woo in that final game. Strong team. I'll take on Navi. Navi still needs to be cautious as well because they've got GG trying to work their way in. They're going to work their way in on this swamp side. So do Faze. This could be really messy now. Keep the camera low. Faze are out. GG aren't taking shots at them. As Melwin just works his way now on the outside edge of blue. GG does get fixed down. So they do need to be cautious and about how they get in. And I think with that knock, GG will be looking to try and continue the pressure onto Faze. Melwin trying to get the opportunity. Vorpal's in such a bad spot. Got BBL one side. That car's gone. He goes down. And you got Primal on the other. They're going to go down. Now it's going to be BBL versus Primal. Should be Reservoir. BBL 6 kills, looking good. Now the fight for the edge. Primal needs to get in. And they'll be looking at this. Oh, does he catch? Oh, he just needs to go bunny hop there. There you see. They're in the open now. Make a call. There's a ping. Trying to get a doozy down to a 1. He's down. Surely going to get a knock, but doozy tucks in just in time. Oh, the bike's moved. Maybe now. Yeah, we go. Novi does get him, but they receive pressure on the other side. As the Woo, look at it. Ibby is coming out. Actually, Quizzy's coming out. Ibby taking the knocks. Quizzy looking to try and stop these teams making their move in. Before I can get there, the fellas control out though. Faze, they want to try and move their way in. They're going to go down. It's very difficult to leave this compound. GG opt to go in towards the hard cover of a swamp. I've seen the fellas here anyway. Look at this. Michael is ready. Pitch rate. And there's Uber. Swaps to the M4. Ready to go. Ready to unleash the 556. And use the train as best he can. Oh my days. There's an MG. Alia. A few hits. Michael is there. Nade goes over. Question mark though. Does get to GG. Does actually get that. Melman. Knock on the other way. That means the MG is down. Does mean GG. But continue pushing. Uber. Bunny hopping his way over, trying to get any intel, any information that he can. Trying to find out where exactly Michael is. Fakey Smoke's going to draw it in. Kino opting to come try and get the res. Don't know if he can. But the X-Realm, we can see Michael's a bit further back. See Kino is there, ready to go as well. Prized, pitched, and waiting. Might just have enough smoke now to get out. Frame a city in the swamp. Michael. Oh, that nade gone. It's going to be good. That's pretty much pinpoint on. It's going to go down. Oh, they've got a rock as cover. Doesn't quite get the connection. Michael able to throw the nade and then go get the res. In a bowl, needs to be cautious. Zone shifts again. Wu looking good. BBL make the rotation. They're going to go sit underneath here. They'll be all right. The Wu won't be able to try and deal with it. Question mark trying to deal with Primal. Doozy running the open train, the open field. Pod, he want to move in as well. Now, Pod have got such a good position to play. They've got this dip. They can play into there. But they can't allow question mark. They're going to wait really late before making the move. And the same Foot will be working again with win or die in towards this one. Back towards this swamp terrain. Michael having to dip in. We see the blue zone nade come out. The res has happened earlier. Trying to push around this north side. GG have to get into the train. We'll have to wait and see. Give me a school ending. Oh, there's one. There's a school ending. Potentially one. Nearly going for two. Using his boy as cover. Oh, Michael has to lay low. Look at that. Rustenberg's covering him up. He knows he can't get to him as well. Ollie is the last person going down. Michael. Oh, what a play. He body blocked him, keeping his boy alive. Unfortunately, he does go down eventually. But the numbers are there. Foot nowhere to be able to get the third party action because they've got to now take on win or die. Big Nades, though, will come over the top. What a body block from Rustamar. That's a high IQ play. Just stopping the ability to flush. More importantly, stopping the ability to get his boy Michael down. Keep the numbers up, and it worked out in their favour. Hell of my bad. Nearly getting squished now to push coming through. T-Bone is down. Nade goes through. Vardo on the other side. Flash, that's happened. He knows exactly where that one is, though. He's going to come around. Looks like question mark, though, on BBL. Looks like BBL getting back question mark as well. The fight for the bottom side, though, is there. The Fyro is the final player. It's a little bit further afield. BBL should get the conquering. No. Nade comes through the top, though. Bard's the final player from Foot, though. He is poised and waiting, but he goes down. Good nade. Did he not get the flash? Doesn't quite get it. He has to launch it, unfortunately for him. Hin going to try and take the opportunity away from them. So BBL down for one. Field first there. And look at the fight now as we see Strong T playing in behind now. Fellas. Now playing blue. 10 kills. Killing spree. 8 kills. 9 kills make that. Michael is still alive. Pod though. Now they're making the push. So they have to wait. They have to play. The zone now shifts slightly away. The Wu are still happy. We're about to win a second. I can't imagine huge amounts of kills. I think they've been involved in a lot of damage. Dante just be launching towards the tree. Kind of where you guess it's going to be. But Hadamabad's already backed away to get any cover he can. Michael might cause a bit of damage if he stands up and looks back that way. The Wu with 4. Navi leaving Mansion. And actually the Wu split down to the other side of compound. Michael start down to a 1. Nixie will end it. Michael won't know exactly who he's fighting. But he does know now. He's outside the zone. Back towards the fight, though. Win or die. They're going down towards Pod's here. Pod. Fourth party action, should we say? From the old Foot Esports. And it looks like they will be the winners. Top 4 teams. It's a 4 versus 4 versus 3 versus 1. And the Wu, they're in the heart and soul of it. Navi, again, they've been in the heart and soul of this zone for a while as well. When he had too much to contend with. Michael. He's going to go down. 4th place. Hard fought fight, I'm going to say, within the fellas. But, geez, the swamp fight is difficult. Navi blessed with a drop. We're going to get a Navi chicken dinner. Hakatori with a P90. Whew, spicy. That's the fight. So that's the fight we would have missed with question mark and BBL. They'd all be trying to fight for the sort of bowl, the bottom pace here. Should slow down. I've got arguably the better position now to fight with. As long as it leaves this zone. I've got to just hunker down. Hopefully they've got some shields. Try and play. I'd stop here if I was them and just wait the next zone out. Actually, they're going to go all the way. Fair play. They're going to take it towards Wu. That's going to sandwich Wu up. They've gone 4 clown card up. Got it as well. So, Pod controlling now most of the zone, majority of the zone. That comes with some pressure. The Wu might want to try and identify if they can get here. Dante's going to try and look on that west-hand side. Pin and Rocks coming towards the other side, looking back towards the east. They just now need to hold the ankles. Wu got to deal with a team that's close. They've also got to deal with Navi that need to push in. As again, 4 versus 4 versus 3. It is a difficult push, but the Wu, Again, we're praying for the zone to come down. You kind of expect phase number 6. We've got a few more to go. We might even see it shift up towards that north. And if it does, Pod are laughing. The question is, who moves first? You look at the zone. NAVI has got to be that team that's got to try and play in. They've got to be the team that needs to be creative. They've got enough cars behind them. The question is, can they make the push out? I say, got enough cars. The cars are in rags. Scrap that. Hakatori going for a few more bits and bobs now. To try and work his way around this outside edge. Ifix trying to go through the middle, kind of like Ifix is trying to be creative. You'd see Presenti surely there, pops his head up. Hakatori, Presenti, we'll see Hakatori. That'll be a standoff a little bit. Have to wait and see though. Here comes the zone, does shift north, and as I said, Pod are laughing. Arguably, the Wu don't need to move now, so maybe the attention from the Wu will draw back towards NAVI. They need to get in. Actually, as they do need to get in, it does mean Pod might want to try and push in on the Wu. The fighting does happen. You can see kind of a 3-1 split here from the Wu. Vic's trying to go around. Takes quite a bit of blue damage, actually. Trying to get in. Needs to be cautious, though. Definitely want to see the angles. So the Wu hunkering down slightly. We have. There's a car in. That could be a big play if they want to try and take it. Maybe just as he go up here and then just get enough momentum down to roll. Not really much else to play. They need to get in. Hakatori looking for a knock now. So Diffix the same. They're popping the smokes. Good use of the smoke launcher. That's going to stop the shots now coming from the Wu. Good double smokes from them. One of them does go in at the top. The bottom is there. Pixie, though, is on the top. Rest of the smoke's going. Navi at this point, they're trying to stop the Wu's line of sight. That means they're going to try and make a play with the cars. Here it goes. Surely spread out the car, they do. Oh no, Diffix. No, that car's rubbish, guys. Get in the car. If it's going for an anchor play, he's going to try and stop Pod. Anchor play does well. Does get some good shots, though. Hakatori goes down. Nixie able to try and deal with the damage, though, because he's on the roof. Here comes another nade. So Set is there. That nade should be the end of him. It is. And now Navi go down to their final player. Diffix down for a while and get in the car. Maybe send it as far away as you can. I think the zone's going to do damage. Wiggle, wiggle, jiggle, jiggle. Let's go. He's off. Hopefully the attention, he's going to be down pretty quickly. The Wu will now try and take the fight on the other side. Pod, one way, 4 versus 4. Powerhouse versus Powerhouse. The Wu that have been picked up. The Mad Dogs will be looking to get a chicken dinner. 7 kills on the board for them. But Pod with 5. Arguably a good position now in zone. The Wu looking to go. Looks like a Panzer's launched here. He'll be ready to go. Play peekaboo over the top. He takes some heavy hits. Hopefully Quizzy doesn't get his way. If he jump shots but doesn't quite get there. And there's 1-2 knocks though from Presenti. The Mad Dogs playing mad, and it's down to a final 2. Monodoct and Nixie 7 kills looking for them. Nixie looking to go. Pod with full control now under the plane. Talk about being underneath heaven as they will now try and hold out. Another 2 kills on the board for them. Monodoct trying to take the shots though on the outside. Pin does take a little skim from that one, and then we got phase number 8. Should go all the way potentially. As the Wu don't need to extend just yet. Maybe Pod collapse, but they don't need to overextend. They've got a wonderful ridge. Pin is going for it. I think we're going to see Nixie trying to entice him, and that's because he wants to play peekaboo there. That's a good double team for the boys. It's like Nixie force him. Pin's hand. Nate won't be too bad as well. That bounced quite nicely. The guys might be moving into it. Nixie looking to try and make the play. He's going on for it now. There's another big amount of damage going though. Dante needs to come up. Dante goes down. It's a 2 versus 2. Nixie needs to get at least some ammo back in the chamber. Monodoc needs to try and take over. There goes one of the confirms. Presenti coming over. A big nade though from him. How many more has he got left? 2 versus 1 at the end. And it's going to be a Pod win. Grenade ending. Don't deal with the Mad Dogs, aka the Wu. Pod will take a 19-point game. Woof! Pod kicked off day number 1 strong, right? They're unable to hold it with day number 2. Teams were clutching away at them with their phase. Win or die, twisted minds, all looking to go, but it's good to see Pod back on that winner chicken dinner hype as they will take game number 3. Good game. Good play. Look, the Wu put themselves in heaven quite early. They defended it quite well. I like the move. We didn't quite catch it on stream, but they moved from the compound from one part to the other compound, and they allowed, obviously, Navi to backfill. A lot of fighting down the bottom. Sometimes teams overextend and take shots down when they shouldn't, but the Wu controlled it really well. Unfortunate, though, that Pod understand they didn't actually hold out. They didn't even anchor play. They went straight towards heaven because they knew the likelihood it was going north. It went north. Hod held the line. Under the plane got the chicken dinner for game number 5. Does mean, no, got to take a break for the last time. Our last game is coming up, though, for VIKÜRVI for our Invitational number 3. Game 5 done. Game 6 coming up.
Damn, look at that, they broke the mold. Give you some more, make you overdose. Damn, look at that, they broke the mold. Give you some more, 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 more. More, 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 more. Damn, look at that, they broke the mold. Give me some more, 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 more. Damn, look at that, they broke the mold.
Tell me how to the place I wanna be. Press like fire, all the scars in me. Don't know why I was with.
Yeah.
Don't know why I was with.
It's like I'm chilling in the Matrix, yeah. No neon, but there's neon light shining on the people when it's lighting up their faces, yeah. I guess I see you in my spaceship. Beam me up, I've had enough of humans. I don't even come from extraterrestrial. I've been someone died in stratosphere. Guess they fear what they don't understand. I've had enough of this land, so take me up, take me up. I said just take me up, take me up. If it comes to me and you just trust me, I don't give a fuck. I will smash you into smithereens like I should turn to dust.
I want you made all the precious words you say. Didn't know why I was with. Didn't know why I was with. Can't stand the tears, it's just making me cry. Didn't know why I was with. Didn't know why I was with. I can't stand the tears, it's just making me cry. Didn't know why I was with. Didn't know why I was with.
Welcome to the market. Seize the opportunity.
Market is the game changer.
There we go. It's game number 6. It's the final game here for VIKÜRVI season number 3. Flight path, again, not bad, right? We have got a southeast up towards a west, pushing a tinkering on towards a southwest. But it is map number 6. It is day number 3. It is our final playing path, final rotation, final opportunity for these teams to conquer their way into the placement point. Don't forget, it's top 5, which are there for the money. Win or die, have it in their grasp and maybe catch up with Faze. Faze have it in their grasp to extend their lead and claim the money. Pod are the same, looking strong. They're in 3rd place. A little bit of a gap between them and Twisted Minds, but a 20-point game arguably is doable for a team like our Twisted Minds. And then we see Foot 102, but the fellas are only 2 points away. So there are a lot of opportunities, should we say, for teams to try and close it out. But for now, we'll keep an eye on things as they drop. And one of the drops we can always keep an eye on is going to be that our T versus, or Strong T versus Fairy Tale. Now, Fairy Tale right at the bottom there. Strong T, two above him. I don't think no matter what happens, they won't be too bad. And the zone shift is going down towards Faze and NAVI zone, back towards the southeast. A lot of water in. We might try and hold on towards a lot of that terrain. Fairy Tale down. Strong T getting the cars and going not too far away, maybe. All in, the Strong T, yeah, up to go. Well, they don't want to take the fight just yet. Actually, I think there's a little 1v1 maybe. Is it Duncan is on the 1v1? It is. Oh, has he been caught? He might be caught here. I don't know if he's been hurt. He hasn't got a vest. He should be hurt, surely. Take the 1v1. A vest, that's a big question. He will be looking for the shots. But Fairy Tale will be looking to try and push him as quickly as they can. He knows he's got to push forward. And number 3 is there. Good shot. Oh, God, he got him twice as well. He's going to push on that. He's got to push on that. Fairy Tale, they've got to push their way in. Strong T not too far away. He's looking. He gets... Oh, my God, he's down to 1 HP. Now gets it. Get the flush quick as you can and run away. You've done your job. Oh, it shoots me in the butt. That's terrible. Can't do that. The plays are going to come in now a little bit more. As, he's got a cracked vest. He's going to put himself on the outside wall. Sale is there. Is he able to provide some cover? Thoughtless, though, is coming in. Is this an emergency extraction for Strong T? Maybe. Fairy Tale down to 3. Is a get the bike and go, or is it a let's take the fight, sod it? It is a let's take the fight. So, a bit further back, bright side. Maybe pushing his way back. He's in a difficult spot. Fairy Tale. They are in the compound. Big jump over there and then get himself on the roof. That's going to give him some more intel. It's also going to peek his head up. Let's see the player further afield. Oh, what a shot, Zula. Puts that bolty to action. And the trees provide the cover. Needs to be cautious though. UMP. Causes some damage. Underarm nade. Might try and finish that damage off. Does go down. Does go all the way forwards. That is an aggressive stance. Now they know they've got a player further back there. Trying to isolate the individuals. Goes back again. Another huge nade from him. Gets more splash damage. And Strong T, they are fighting on the front. There's a 3. It's kind of a 2 versus 3 here. Sale is further back. Oh, it's had to go back as well. Having to lay low. Let's get some shots. There's another knockdown, another one down. Sale's on one side, Art on the other. I don't know if Art's actually made his way. He has started to make his way. Now he's got a Panda in his back pocket. It could be explosive. I don't know if they've seen him move back. He's going to use the trees as a bit of cover. Maybe needs Sale to take a few shots first. If he does, it will draw the attention. They know he's up here, right? Because they took some shots towards him. So they know he's here. Here's match number 6. The zone is obviously there. We are seeing teams now wrap their way in towards the zone. Keep an eye on that, though, in the bottom corner of your map. Welcome, obviously, everyone that is new into the channel. Art will be looking for an explosive ending. Has seen the move. Does get one good shot, so puts himself back in towards that compound. So was key for that one. Information gained, information denied. So needs to provide the cover. Arguably, Strong T, not a bad spot. Though, on the other side, Fairy Tale at this point need to isolate. They need to go right. We need to take away this one player and make the push. At the moment, they've got the strength here, Strong T, that they are overwatching each other. But they can hear that car, and it's really distracting from a noise point of view. It's basically in the wall. I'm going to just hunker down. I can't see too much more happening for now. The rest of the team's going to start moving their way in. Question mark getting going now. Fight Primal the same. We are seeing GGs maybe having a rotate away from this. Formation Gaming do come in. Melman is there. Said he's going to rotate his way around as Formation Gaming arrive. GG's back away. Formation Gaming, again, a team that maybe needs the points, maybe continues to make the push, though. They've been pretty consistent, pretty well delivering. At the moment, they are outside of the placement points, though. Formation Gaming down numbers at the moment. That's been continuing to sort of change the leaderboard. There's been some consistency from some of these teams, though. Formation Gaming done really well. I think they've just not quite got the result needed today. Faze normal drop zone, they're happy. Gym taking shots down. Takers will take the compound just shy of the road. I'll see in question mark, though. They go on the other side, the north side of the bunker. Esports are working their way in. Hunter will find their way and mostly take that hill, Potato Hill, and just focus on their way down. Woo with a 2-2 split. Twisted Minds taking the road. NAVI pushed themselves over. Now, last time NAVI pushed themselves over close towards Faze, they got caught. They did lose one. Nice to see they've still got the numbers. Formulation Gaming. Team which needs to keep at bay. Vorpal Swords, a team chasing Formulation Gaming. Both these teams are quite down on the point split at the moment, as Formulation Gaming is in 11th place. Oh, he's queued up there. I don't know if he knows that Intense is right underneath him. Bit of a beach party down here. They are pushing forward. He's going to be able to sneak up. Question is, though, Baku gets in that car. He's going to get rolling. it's going to be no danger. Tekers, though, is the one that's under danger at the moment. So, like Fuzzface, he's there. Shots go through. Baity. Ah, good shots, though, from Nabat. Waiting for that to come out. QED. Kill confirm. This is where we might see Intense making more of an aggressive push. Seen him? Oh, looking over. I don't think he has. So we'll find it quite difficult now to sort of climb. He's making a play away, so you're going to hear him moving. It's maybe going to give him the opportunity now to sort of move his way in. Rest of Formation Gaming are now tightening the way down, but look at this, though. The Woo trying to take the fight with BBL. Quizzy is there as well. Remember, the Woo in 7th place at the moment. They will be looking not to fall short. They have lost one. The fellas are on 100. They only need 2 points to get into the prize pool. I said it is a top 5. So the Woo, big opportunities here. Fairy Tail do eliminate. Strong T do eliminate Fairy Tail. There's a fight on the outside. There's the other issue for Esports. They're the team at bay. They're the team holding out the fellas and the Woo. They've got the high ground here. The question mark. Spyro down to a 1. T is going up a bit higher. He just wants the headshot where he can. He's going to hear Phil first. Sure, he's heard him. Going to try and get that knock first. He does. He has heard him. Phil first as a ride. He's going to play peekaboo over the top. Should be spotted. Going to look back at the wrong time. Baits the shots in. Now the shot's coming over the top. It must be... You mean? That's T-Bone. T-Bone's like, I've got your back. I've got you further up here. Now they've got to deal with Primal that have arrived again. 2 kills. Into the 4 points block between the Woo and the fellas that need to get going. And fortunately for question mark, they are down to their final player. Might be just a fact of send. That can potentially ruin Foot's day. They need to get the numbers up. They've already lost one here on the crash. It is phase number 1. And that's a big shot. T-Bone has got his boy covered. Let's put him down now. He's only got bandages, so it might be a wrap away. Bandage and go. Zone comes down. We've got so much water still remains. Let's go towards the other side, though, as the Woo looking to try and end BBL here. Shots do come through. Shots are coming down. BBL not going for a full send. There's another one down. The Woo looking for the points. The Woo, there's 1. There's 2. Currently as it stands, they're 1 away, I believe. Oh, look at that flush there, and that should be putting them. That at the moment for the Woo is in the point pot. Don't forget, we need to keep an eye on the Woo. NAVI still have an opportunity. It's a little bit more of a higher hill to climb for them, but they are there. 1 more point now for the Woo. Keep looking to roll. Fellas coming very much on the other side. They will actually take on potentially the fight here with NAVI. Again, the scout, like Michael does his research. He'll know NAVI where they're landing, and know more importantly where they will push for styles of zones. So we'll go back and VOD review this over and over again. They'll try and pick up. Fortunately though, Vorpal Swords. So for Formation Gaming, unfortunately they do lose another one. Fuzzface looking to try and get that Vorpal Sword. So does that kill? GG working their way around the zone, shifting away, and that's going to be dangerous here. And Strong T, it's even more dangerous. There's 1, there's 2, sail, 3 times a lady. Flash will go out, he's got some time. Oh, he's down to a 1. Flash goes, get the nade out, the nade's gone. It might not be there in time. It doesn't quite get there. He's able to get himself out. Primal will be back to a 4. But look at this. This is a team that needs point. This is a team with 2 that want to continue to roll forward. It is only phase number 2. They know there are 2 down. How much more do they push? Aintzie's going to cruise his way past. The car is there. They would have heard that crash. Shiny Daz looking to go. 3 are up here from Primal. It's a 2 versus 3 for Esports. Want to get themselves secured into that money spot. This could go either way. They need to get the first knock, though. And Primal need to get the first opportunity to not go down. The Woo are out. No. The Woo down pod. Have dealt the damage towards the Woo. Foot will be now second guessing this push. They've seen him in the kill feed. Flashes go one way. They haven't picked up. Shiny Daz is going to be sitting down here behind. There's the first knock. And he does pick up, though. Jogsy. Looks like question mark looking to try and get the damage here. He does go down. T-Bone looking to go back. Shiny Daz wrapping his way back the other way, though. He needs to keep his boy up, though, with phase number 2. You can able to get away with this one. Shiny Daz has backed away. There goes the beep. That's going to give away his position. Johnny has seen him. Oh, has he not seen him? Oh, he has. He goes down. Foot will now fall. The fellas are the ones that be reading the kill feed going, hold on. 3 sport above us are out. They've got a couple of kills to be tracking that one. Hold on. The Woo behind us on the same points are chasing us down. So the fellas, a big opportunity. Navi, big opportunity. Keep an eye on those two there. Even arguably Primal, if they get some more kills, that could be massive for them. Question mark goes south. They want to work their way down. Primal now find themselves on, what is it, 99 points. I think they're on 94, I think. I'll tell you what, I can look in a second. Oh, I can't because it's not quite centered up. Oh, I don't know. I'm just going to look, guys. Yeah, not too bad. Yeah, Primal up there. So they've got the opportunity now. Close the gap down to the Woo. We're going to try and watch this one. Let's go back to the fight down in the south. This Game 6 Antics clip is down and out. Laser is going to be down and out as well. And Buzzface will say good night. I think Vorpal Sword will keep coming. You've got to remember, these teams need these points as well. So it's going to be even tighter. Buzzface moves. I think he's trying to bait out that he might be looting. Goes for reload. Org. He's got 97 in the back chamber though. Now crosses his way over. I don't think he's been spotted though. He now will be spotted though. At M249 reigns. Hit him. Let's pause. Yeah, smoke out. Let's go on the inside. GG lose one. Faze does get the claim on another. It does go continuing back down. Look at this. We've got so much water remain. Navi's in such a good spot. We know their compound Navi are in is going to potentially be there at the end. We'll die there. Look at that. Actually, the fellas put themselves in another good spot as well. It's going to be down towards the count. 2 kills here from Formulation Gaming. Vorpal Sword out on the other side. I think this is a bait. I think he's just in the car and he's just hitting the handbrake. Launch control. Fuzz says no. Maybe back on the other side. Another kill. 3 points on the board for him. We're tabbing up. We need to keep a look on towards the zone because Faze, the team that has Twisted Mind chasing them, has Win or Die chasing them, needs to get some more kills on the board. James is down. Correcting Gustav. Looks like they're playing this one as a free. They might have had a DC. That is unfortunate for the boys. But they had the opportunity to try and get the defense on. Oh, Gustav can't be going down like that. Has to lay down. The smokes are there for James. Looks like he's going to try and crawl his way out. Shots though come over. Navi also doing the damage. Rexy looking to try and stop it. Does Navi maybe get aggressive? Surely not. They've got the opportunity to keep it. Pod the same. They've got a 20-point game. They need to catch up with Win or Die. They might not get it on this one. Win or Die store in. GG right underneath the heart of these guys. Helman's down. We've got to see what he can do. Odds have been consistent, really good. Day number 2, I think, was their struggle. But, he does go out by Uber. And Vorpal Swords, they get the final stroke, though. Formulation Gaming will take 12th place. Formulation Gaming look good, though. He look good at the moment. No, it's not. Maybe a solid team. I think it might be a little bit of a sub-team. Primal going down. BBL causing them issues. Question mark. Go first. Hey, welcome to the zone. Doesn't make it in. This does happen. Phased that back to a 3. Milta is where it's going. So much terrain. That's it. GG. They're going to be down. Pin has been pinnacle for the last couple of days. Primal are down and out. BBL does the damage for them as well. Have to argue to say they are doing well. Gonna Die looking strong as well. Oh, look at this. That is dangerous though for Crexy. I wonder if he knows he's arrived. Got a car. Question mark might just let him go. Maybe he knows who here, what, and how many. He might not actually. He goes to the other side. Question mark might take the shots. Doesn't need to sneak his way in. So he's going to take the opportunity to go. Faze will take Navi collapse. Again, it's going to come in between the two here. Navi's position is really good. Just in minds need to get rolling. Let's try and stay with them. I wonder if they've got a vehicle to roll out. They have. That's how they came in. It looks like it's still pretty clean. Just in mind. They get the option now to go. Vorpal Sword solo player for them. Going to go up and round, take the higher side. That's a good play for them. They're going to use the trees as cover to ensure they don't get, I suppose, a side hit from the town. Pin, Dante. They're going to be the ones that have to try and defend the push here from Twisted Minds. Win or die, 2-2 split. Nice move here. The fellas looking to be creative as well. Going back towards that multi-pass. If it plays back towards the northeast, the fellas in a good spot as well. Here comes the shots. As Twisted Minds are sending it towards the zone. They do find themselves, give or take, in here. And Phil first causes damage towards the boys. Last person. He's in a very hard place. And Diffix says, no, they're my kills. I'm going to get the steals. They're going to be able to get this res back on. Vorpal Swords still running the way through, so hopefully Faze don't drop the ball again with a secondary player. BBL now coming behind Twisted Minds as Perfectix takes a huge hit. Between his driving his way forward, though. BBL. He's going to see one behind the car now goes. He's just sneaking his way in. Pods are going to see him. Surely Pod are going to see him. And I love that car's gone. Twisted Minds drove this way. They're going to be like, there's never going to be a guy behind us. BBL. There's one. Gonna get the second. He's getting through the windscreen. Reload the bulletos. NAVI taking shots at them as well. There we go. BBL put 2 on 6 kills from BBL. It's got to be one of the strongest games from a kill. And whoever XXR Jimmy is looking good. 5 of them he's put on himself. Store now taking the zone. Pod needs to go. 6 teams remain. Definitely game 6 antics. 3-1 split from them. Win or die, don't want to move. You can tell the teams that don't really want to take too much, but they've got no kills here from the fellas. They need kills. Win or die, need some kills. 6 teams are in placement point, so they're arguing. They're trying to get themselves up this placement section. The fella want to take over the Woo. The fellas want to take on Foot Esports. I think they've done enough in the case from a placement point of view. They might find themselves in the money bags. NAVI need a big game. Very, very big game. Win or die. Now working up, and that's that zone shift back down. I really like, I said, I really like what the fella's doing. You see it go towards that compound, kind of where Kino and Michael are, but I kind of like Rustamar has pushed out. They've gone, hey, do you know what? Let's try and hold some angles. Let's try and generate some kills. Now they're going to play their way back. Arguably, maybe not as a 2-2. Maybe leave Rustamar there. I know it's a bit of a risky play, but it maybe work out for them. BBL does get a knock now, making the push forward. They know they haven't got the zone. They know they've got the opportunity. Hakatori takes some shots, and that's another kill. NAVI able to pick quite a few kills up. They're on 3 now. I'm just now going to try and control out this top side. Got to focus in. Sure that Pod don't come crashing down on them. They do have cars. Might find a little bit more of an aggressive stance here from Pod. Pod currently in 3rd place. Big game needed for them if they want to get to 2nd. Difference between making big money, moving up. I say big money. Got the Asian Cup. There's some big money there. It's a little $500. In makes his way down. These guys are not in zone here. They still need to move forward. Again, I kind of like you see kind of like the fellas lead. I guess they maybe put in a trap. Maybe it's the right terminology. I think they're waiting for a team like maybe Faze to extend into the middle, maybe Pod to aggressively go. There's a few other places they can play into, and Faze might be looking at that little bowl there to move down. They are working their way down towards the drop. They are coming towards Rustamar. They still don't commit towards the left. They wiggle, wiggle, jiggle, jiggle. They have a look past though, and then Rustamar takes some shots, but he goes down. Correxi outside. There's one. Unfortunately, he goes down himself. James is the final player now. Zarom, part of the trap worked, part of it didn't. They could maybe get that res on if he can get there in time. He's got to get to the car and get over. Rustamar is safe. The fellas might want to try and keep the numbers up. It's not going to be them. Michael leads the charge now on that res, and he's going for it. Win or die trying to come out as well. Car block will be pretty good. And he actually doesn't stick him in the car and go back. He's going to rely on and Kino going to provide the cover over the top, not too far away. Rest of Pod, they're going to have to get in their cars and they're going to go now. In is in. NAVI will be focusing their wave, so will Win or Die. You know, they've got the Panthers ready to go. They're waiting for a crash to come down. Let's see if we can get the connection. Badoosh! Boom! Big hit though, does get one. Nate comes out over the other side. Nate should go in. Nate doesn't go in. Presenti as he clocks it. Oh my god, he doesn't quite get it. The car's going to go. That's going to be the end of Presenti. If he doesn't move quick enough, the blue zone Nate will get him. The car will go 1, 2, 3. And Pod going down in a glorious flame. Jeez. Good connection. That car just bumped up at the right time. The Panzer went right underneath it. others did get here. Pin's not quite here. The zone does shift down, and it is going to be that movement here. Navi make the play early. They want to try and work themselves up towards the fellas. It is going to be a fight now for the end of the game. Navi, strong position. Hakitori will anchor back, win or die. Eager to go. Faze now causing issues back again. He's been holding out, though. Thought that was the dip they were going to go for, but they didn't. Teams will just try and hold it out. It's got no lid, no time. The assist, I can tell you that now. And now comes the push. The fellas want to try and end it, though. They're going to come off the back. Big nade comes over. Face still causing damage. So he's down. He's in the real bad spot. Win or die. Barrage one way. Fellas barrage the other way. Shots coming through. He's going to have to back away from that blue zone. Hakitori, though, is further back. Going to pop a few smokes out before he has to get going. He's got to try and allow the car ability to momentum as he goes towards his boys. Maybe for the guys to now push over, though. Leostope is looking for maybe a push. Hakitori is coming this way, and not my bad, might be looking to see where that car goes. Hakitori sits on the outside edge. Big push here. The fellas, Kino in an anchor position, trying to check out where Faze is going to go. Faze looking for anything they can. Got the jammer pack. I think that's going to be end. Faze 2 kills, 5 or 5th position. They're going to med their way through, hoping for Pin to go down, hoping maybe to get a 4th. We'll wait and see. It could be close. When or die, having to split their attention. Two split for them. Navi, let's get one of the reses back on there, back to a 3. Fellas look to move and try and get another angle, and look back to see where Faze goes. There's a new little reload. He's going to get a few more bits and bobs. Care package has been taken as well. MK in the end game. Eames is heading his way. 4 more meds to go. Relying on Pin to go. He might get it. Pin's coming down now. Pin's going around the outside. Shots coming over towards Pin for Pod. Pod looking good day 1. Day number 3 strong. Let's see what more they've got left in the tank. Over. Not too far away. It's going to be a race to see who dies first. Pin's car. He needs to hit the handbrake. He goes. Jedrocks will go down. Means Faze potentially is going to get 4th place now as we go. Final game. Top 4. It's a 4 versus 4. 3v1. Jeez. James is held out. Oh, it goes zone. Take it. 4th place. Faze, I think, have done enough. Fellas now looking to try and close out our Navi team. 3 kills for them. Fellas on a Uno, a 1-0. And win or die. They've got 6. Win or die. Yeah. Work their way up. Enough. They need to get some more kills, I feel like, to take. Win or die. I think the numbers are there for them. They need to get these last kills. Win or die now. Go for 9. That could be enough for win or die to take the money. They know now it's a 4 versus 4. I think they've hunkered down. They've worked hard for this one. The only team standing in front of them is the fellas, and a team that is looking also to get into the placement points. Again, I think the fellas have got themselves in. I think they're going to leapfrog foot. They get the chicken dinner and a few more kills. They might actually leapfrog themselves another placement point. Oh, unfortunately here, unable to get the angle, and actually win or die, pushing their way around. Looking to backfill here. Kino, is he going to play sneaky? Sneaky, hell on my bad, does arrive. He does go in. He does go upstairs. That's not exactly where Kino wants to be. But I think he's going to take it. He's going up on the roof as well. Hell on my bad. How's he been able to get away and get here? Fellas have arrived as well. No one knows he's there. Shots do come through the window. They know they're underneath. They can isolate. Actually, these two can forget about Hell of My Bad. They can focus now towards Jedrocks and Lesh. They had an anchor position. You see this a lot. Players will leave one behind. Kino was that player there for the fellas. Michael going down on the rotation back. Win or die. Seemed to have that winning formula on the go. Their anchor player now in the car. Now moving. Unable to make anything happen. P90 for Jedrocks. Has to tuck himself back in. Rustuma takes a few shots himself. He's going to try and get himself to cover, but he's going to go down, and the fellas are down to the final 2. That, you know, who's underneath. Owen, who came back there for the big save. They're looking to try and get sneaky one above. Not my bad. He's got a decision to make. When does he jump down? The zone should shift back the other way. Win or die, no. They've got it potentially in the bag. Let's just wait and see. I know my bad. I feel like he's the player that's causing them the most amount of damage. It's a 4 versus 2. 11 kills at the moment. The fellas might just tab this one out and give him the extra 2. Win or die, I think, at this point have gone. But no! Kino comes up and says, hell no, we are not going down without a fight here. There goes one. The fellas looking to put another point on the boards. They are looking to get more. Now needs to figure their way out. Kino able to jump out somehow, some way, and able to cause some damage. Flash smoke will go out. I think they're going to try and figure out where the rest of the players are for win or die. Bedrock's going to just try and hold. He gets even naked. The really, really reduced out player profile. So it doesn't pop out from the rock. They now lose the zone. Game number 6 seems to be going to the wire. Kino, after a big play. Oh, there's another knock as well. It's a 2 versus 2. I think win or die. I think they can get the res. They've got to be quick on it, though. And arguably, they can go for it. I think when they see the move for that res, I think they know there's someone else lurking. The question is, do they know how close smokes need to play? Here come the smoke. Here come the push. The fellas looking to try and end this one. Big smoke will come out. It's going to be down to Jedrock. So it has a little peek now for Kino. Has a little peek. The car will roll. Needs to get one. He does get the connection one. Looking for the secondary. He's not on the roof anymore. Kino plays out towards the other side though. He plays peekaboo. And it's going to be down. Winner. Chicken dinner. Win or die. Woohoo! They've done it. I think they've done it. They've put themselves in that driving seat. It's a 23-point game for our final game. Number 6. That's a good ending for them. They played it well. The early game, very passive. But it was passive for a few of those teams. We saw Win or Die. We saw NAVI. We saw Faze. Arguably, Faze got a little bit of a ruckus. But the fellas, really maybe the other one for me, as they're all working their way down. Game 6, last time of the evening. It's that winner chicken dinner. Game 6 under the belt, and it's a Win or Die game. Oh, first and foremost, thank you for Copter for obviously covering things, though, on that Tuesday. That was really, really good. Sometimes I have to go into London on the Tuesday, so therefore I can't really attend. So I'll let you guys know how that one goes up. The noise is that there's another event next week. If not, I'll be casting free. Thank you very much, obviously, for the amazing Gibson cast. Honestly, that guy's going to do big things this year. I can't wait to see what he does. Does cover a lot of NA stuff as well. So if you haven't already, give Gibson cast a follow. Love the Irish accent. Just follow him for the accent, right? You don't need to listen to this all the time, right? Go listen to those wonderful singing tunes. He's out to football now, so when he comes back, hopefully there'll be loads more subscribers, more importantly, and followers for him. Been a good event. The last 2 days have been really good. There's some major plays. Formulation Gaming looking strong. Win or Die working on that consistency and it paying off for them. And then we see teams like Faze. Faze are just really dialed in at the moment. They look good. They look strong. And actually, as they close things down, I think they might have lost it at the very end there. But over the course of the 2 days that I watched them, arguably one of the most consistent teams in the lobby, not just for kills, but placement points. If you look down the sort of leaderboard, they've got 80 kills, obviously not including this game, but 71 placement points. No one else is close to them on placement points. So Faze looking really strong for this 2024 season. As a global partner, they're going to be on those big events. And do you know what? I've already backed those boys most of the time when it comes down to my fantasy team, especially back in the EMEA boys and girls. So exciting times. That's it from me. What I am going to ask you guys, though, for one last time, I'm going to raid one of my really good friends. And for those that don't know, I do like trying to raid him every so often. He's just started streaming. I gave him all my equipment. Unfortunately, he suffered a loss of a whole leg, a whole arm. He's one arm gaming at the moment. He's tucking people in. Unfortunately, he plays a bit of Call of Duty. He does come over to PUBG sometimes as well. Ask him about his controller. He has a sick controller that he plays. He has to play with one hand. So he can't do the keyboard and mouse anymore. He's gone to console. He uses his leg. He uses his hand. He's such a great guy. His name's Jay. Really close friend of mine. Go show him some love. For now, I'll see all you guys next week. If I were not, I'm going to see you in the stream, though, for PUBG on the Asian Cup tomorrow. Peace.